Hello, good evening, good afternoon, good morning. Zimbabwe is a failed state. And one of the characteristics of a failed state is that we have failed to produce a stable and competent government that's able to deliver basic services such as education, healthcare, running water, etc., to the populace. One of the reasons why Zimbabwe has consistently failed in this regard, or one of the signs, is our failure to hold free, fair, and credible elections. 43 years after independence, in this day and age, and we still cannot hold free, fair, and credible elections. I think that is a damning testimonial to our failure to govern ourselves. You try to explain to people that these elections are going to be rigged. They don't understand that. They believe they can still win rigged elections. I think the failure to appreciate the difference between the rule of law and chaos is at the heart of it. When you say you want free, fair, and credible elections, you are saying you want those elections to follow the rules. And one of those rules could be, or is, that we must produce a verified voters' roll in which all the participants can check who is on that voters' roll, who is going to vote. All those who are eligible to vote should be on that voters' roll. And it should be open so that everybody can check it and confirm that only those people who are eligible to be on the voters' roll are on the voters' roll. And that there's no duplication. And throughout the voting process, one should be able to verify and check and double check that only those who are eligible to vote have the vote. And only those who are eligible to vote have been able to vote. And if they are eligible to vote, they only have one vote. And not to have some who have got multiple votes. And the consistent failure to appreciate that is at the heart of why we have failed to govern ourselves. The opposition and their supporters have now come up with this idea that they can win rigged elections. It doesn't matter how the elections are rigged, they can come up with strategies to either minimize the rigged elections or to stop the rigging. So one needs to quantify how important is a verified voters' roll. And in their minds, they believe whatever assignment you gave it, it is 5% important or 20% important. They can always come up with, well, we can come up with strategies that will nullify that 5% or 20%. And so they continue participating in these flawed elections. I thought I would explain the importance of free, fair, and credible elections, the rule of law, by looking at genetics. This is why I've got this drawing in front of me. This is the evolution of the apes. We human beings are part of that group. We are there, the greater apes. Apes, the greater apes. And this is the time scale. This is today. And if we go back 65 million years ago, we'll find we had a common ancestor with the lemurs, common monkey in countries like Madagascar. And when Madagascar broke away from the rest of Africa, the lemurs never seem to have changed at all. They've remained what they are. And as we go up the line, we get other monkeys. And at this point here, which is about 25 million years ago, you'll get the tree with
by a member of prison staff. If you do not wish to accept this call, please hang up now.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, Uncle. You're right.
How are you, handsome?
I'm fine, thank you. And yourself?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Nah, just giving you just a quick call just to say hello.
I heard you were being moved. Are you still in Birmingham?
Yeah, I've moved prisons and I'm still in the Birmingham area.
Okay.
I think it was about 45 minutes down the road, closer to Wolverhampton.
Okay. Okay.
So, it's okay.
Well, what did you think of the proceedings last week?
I didn't really know what to expect.
That's true. Well, I'll be honest with you. I think now, after hearing all the evidence, I personally think that it was most unfortunate because I believe that what you were doing, as much as I condemn it, and I'm sure you have come to regret it, I believe that you are not a danger to society. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
I honestly think that you are just one of those individuals who, okay, you crossed the line. What you were doing was not pleasant. But if you look at the evidence, you could tell other than the one case where there was actually spam, all the other cases, the individuals were infuriated because they thought it was spam. Yeah. And that is important, And in this particular case, the description of how you encountered them and so forth clearly shows that you were not a threat to any of them. You never went in there as an alpha male to dominate. You know, you are just as scared of women as most of us men out there. And I honestly think the punishment would have been more appropriate to say, if, for instance, if somebody, this had been discovered earlier on when he had done 1 or 2 cases, I think the sentence would have been, don't do that again. And I don't think you would have done it again. It's just that in this case here, when you got away with it the first time, you repeated it and repeated it again and repeated it again. And yes, the numbers accumulated. But the point is, you are not really a threat in the sense that you went out there to dominate and be aggressive to women. And now that you have learned your lesson, you were going to do it. I think you deserved another chance to be told, don't do that again.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that I've been told by everyone I spoke to. They said it's way too extensive. You have grounds for appeal. Now, the only thing about the appeal thing is it's just, I don't know, it'll upset a lot of people going for appeal.
Well, I have spoken to some people, and what they're telling me is usually an appeal is very difficult when you have admitted you pleaded guilty, and there is no way you can say, well, it was miscarriage of justice because there's no evidence for ABC that you were convicted of, that sort of thing. So that makes it difficult. And also the time of appeal takes a long time. And if your sentence, in this case, I understand is going to be 3 years. That time
I mean, because technically what he did is, it was more of a numbers game that he played. So he gave me the 4 to do custodial, 4.5. But he gave me way more than any other normal case in unlicensed. He gave me 4 years unlicensed, which is very unusual, extremely unusual even. You know, yeah, a lot of people. I've got people that I know that have got 12-year sentences, but they're only serving a year or 2 unlicensed.
Yeah, in your case, the 4 years is actually the maximum, but some of it you'll be saving it concurrently. That means although you're saving, it's just that it's added. The way they add it up is, for instance, the cases of one of the cases where you did the same thing to the same person 3 times, yeah? The sentence will be added on, take for instance, for the sake of argument, it's a year for each of the 3 offenses, yeah? It's considered to be 3. But in the case of another case where you did that once to the same person, you'll be doing the same year for 2 cases or 3 cases, yeah? So that's how they add it up. And the way I understood it from the lawyer is that in reality, you'll be looking at saving 3 years. And what I wanted to say to you is, I believe if justice was being done here, I honestly think you are a harmless individual. I know, Kuti, you have never dominated your sisters, for instance. If anything at all, in fact, your sisters have dominated you. Which goes to show, Kuti, what you were doing with these women, it wasn't the question of somebody who is domineering and therefore then a threat to the rest of society. That is what I would have wanted to come out in that hearing. But unfortunately, it didn't come out. It's most unfortunate. I must admit, I was furious about that because I don't think you're a domineering person, Wilbert. I'll be honest with you. You know, I've known you since you were a child. You were more dominated by your own younger sisters, even Elizabeth, and particularly Elizabeth and Vimbai. You were not the domineering type who would want to bully other people. You never did that. That is not your character at all. You know, but I think in that quote, it came out as if you are a domineering person, and even those women. Some of them, when they said, when I turned around and he was following me, the minute you realize she had seen you, you clearly shrunk away from it. You were not the sort of person who went straight in to say, yes, I'm going to claim you for myself. That is a domineering person. And you clearly never did that in any of those cases. And I think that point did not come out. But what I wanted to say to you, Wilbert, is okay, you are now in this situation. Just realize what you can come out of it. Yeah. You have got to be strong now. And it's unfortunate that they've sent you to a custodial sentence. I don't believe that was the right thing, and I don't think you are the domineering type. You have never dominated anybody, and I hope you reflect on it and never change your character, because sometimes prisons can harden people. You understand? You know, where you come out worse than where you went in. You are going into this prison. I honestly think you are innocent as an individual. You are not a domineering type. I'm not saying you did commit a crime. You committed that crime and you admitted it, and it was wrong. But it wasn't somebody, and in nature you could dominate other people. That is the point I was trying to make. So I think what I will do is I don't know whether it will be possible to visit you so that we can have a chat. And
no, most definitely. I'll put you down on the visitors list. And look, the good thing about where I'm at, you can visit on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. So if you tell me what day you'd like to come on.
Well, put me down the nearest date you can find, and as long as you tell me in advance, I'll come down there. I really would like to sit to you.
And do you prefer mornings or afternoons? Because I can book you the morning or the afternoon.
Afternoons is better for me.
Afternoon, okay. I'll do you an afternoon, and then I'll let you know when it's booked.
Okay. I think what I would want.
Would you like a visit just me and you, or do you want to come with mom as well? So I know.
I don't mind even if your mom is there, if she wants to come along. But what I wanted is to sit down with you, chat with you, and agree on that point. And I think we can then say, okay, what can we do then? Yeah, we talk it over, and I desperately wanted to talk to you about that proceeding in the court. I honestly think the projection of you as somebody who is domineering an alpha type male is wrong. You are not an alpha type male. That is one thing I know for sure. I've known you since you were a baby, and I think that point is something that I wish to talk to you, and then maybe take it up with your lawyer and put it on the record. I would vouch for it. I would vouch for it that you were never a domineering type of person. And I don't think you had changed. Up to the point of this crime, you had not even, look at the circumstances of the crime. You were not a domineering type. You know, there are males who are domineering, who would approach somebody, even, I mean, not only women, other males. You have been to school. There are other bullies there who would step into your space with a view of, I am the alpha male here. You know, and I don't think you're that. It has never been your character to be domineering other people. You know, yes, this was an unfortunate prick. You were pulling on the girls, and yes, of course, they've got every reason to be annoyed by it. But I don't think that we were doing it as a domineering male, and that makes a difference in terms of, would you be a danger to society, which is, I think, the basis of some of the sentence that you were given. And I don't agree with you that you were a danger to society. If this had been discovered earlier on, and he had been told, Wilbert, don't do this, I don't think you would have done it. That is my honest belief, that I don't think you would have continued to do it. You know. Anyway, I think we need to sit down and talk about it, and yeah, and I would tell you why I would want to talk to you as well about it, and I would want at least the lawyers to put it on record, that you're not a domineering type, and I think they should seriously and well, we can discuss it with the lawyer whether there's any chance of having an appeal and so forth. But I would like to talk to you about it as well before we make that move. So yes, put me down when the earliest you can do it. I think the sooner we can do it, so that we put it on the record. I think I would like to see that on the record. You know, I don't believe you are the domineering type. I honestly don't believe it. I've known you all my life. Yes, what you did was silly, but you know, let's be honest here. Masturbating is not a crime. If all men out there, or women for that matter, were to be convicted of masturbating, I think the jails would be full. You know, I don't think that is a crime. Yes, squirting somebody with this glue was a silly move. But honestly, if that had been discovered when you'd done it once or twice, and somebody said to you, Wilbur, don't do it, you know. If somebody did that to you, you wouldn't like it. So why are you doing it to somebody else? I think you would have stopped, because you're not the domineering type of person. You're not the sort of person who wants to stamp their own authority on other people. You've never done that in your life. You know? And I think that point is what I want to discuss with you, and maybe take it up with the lawyers, so that at least it's on the record. I think it is important. So yes, put me down. When can we do it? I'll come down there and we can sit down and talk about it.
Okay, yeah, I'll add you on the visits list. I'll book you in and I'll let you know.
Okay, please, yeah. Yeah.
Well, how is everyone else?
Sorry?
How is everyone else?
No, everybody's fine. I don't know whether your mom told you, your dad could not come initially because
I know that flights were grounded for a while, and then they had some stuff to sort out.
Yeah, some stuff to sort out. But I think he would want to come. But you know, what I was trying, my Amanda is the one who normally speak to him quite often. What I was telling her is that I think he should come so that he is away during the elections, because I think Zimbabwean elections are always violent, and I think if anyone can avoid being in Zimbabwe during those violent elections, it is something to be seriously considered. And the election voting day is 23rd of August.
August, okay. June, July, August.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
So in 2 months' time. So I don't know whether you'll be able to get his flight and come, be here in UK. I think personally I would strongly recommend that. I tried to send him a message.
I'm hoping to get my finances because my banks and stuff, they're not allowing my power of attorney. They're not giving that over. I've written the letter and everything, and so I'm now trying to write to the bank so I can at least move my money. Move it to mom, or even if yourself come in contact with you, move my money to you, so at least the money's there, and then it's just a quick phone call and saying, "Oh, can you do so and so?" It's just easier as opposed to having to write to my bank and take 10 days just to make a simple transaction.
Okay. Well, your mom is there, and I think, I don't know. Did you manage to get the books? Actually, I sent.
So now the books are gonna come on. I'm hoping to see mom on the Tuesday. So because they were approved for Sunday, I was actually supposed to get them tomorrow at my other prison, but they moved me on Thursday. So that now that now was cancelled, and I had to re-put it back in for this prison.
Oh, okay.
Fortunately, in this prison, all my books and things, I can get them straight away. I don't have to be doing this long process. Within the first 28 days, I'm approved to hand in of my items.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. I mean, I think you just stay in touch. Anything you want. If your mom can do it, she'll do it. If I can do it, I'll do it.
Because now with everything, now that I'm at this prison, apart from this initial hand in the first 28 days, everything has to be bought from within the prison. So all that I'd ever ask from the outside is just searching up the codes for me to be able to purchase them.
Okay.
Because I think it's a security thing.
All right.
I can still buy up the likes of Amazon and stuff, but let's say you say, "Oh, I recommend you to read so and so book." I'll have to buy it from here.
Okay.
So it's just more telling me the book name and the code number on Amazon, and then I fill out a form. They take the money out of my prison account, and then I buy it that way.
Okay. That's good. Yeah, no, I really would like to come down there and talk to you about the case. Now that I know a few more details on it, I want you to know my interpretation of what happened.
That's the one thing that I definitely don't know where my grounds are, but because for the sentence, I don't know if you heard the judge when he said the crime is 6 to 12 months. That's the parameters. Did you hear him say that?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that point is what I was trying to emphasize to everybody as well. Yeah. The point is, if it had been just one instance
for life, as opposed to 10 years for life, that's one of the things I was like, that's a big difference. It's a difference of me having 10 years of that to life.
Yeah, I mean, the point is, if it had been just one or two cases of that instance, it would not have been, it would have been maximum a year, you know, because it's not considered to be a first degree or second degree. This was a third degree assault, in the sense that the level of aggression, you know, you understand, it's like murder. There's first degree murder, and then the second degree murder, and there's this homicide, where you could say you did not intend even to kill the person. It was more an accident, but nonetheless, the person is dead, you know, and that's why the sentences have got to be considered. Whereas if I go uh, uh, out of the house today with a knife, with the intention of killing somebody, and I go to their house, break in and stab them, that is first degree murder. You premeditated it, you planned it, you carried it out. You know, the level of assault here, if he had been squirting those girls with tomato sauce, and they knew it was tomato sauce, I don't think they would have even, most of them would have even complained about it. Here it was, okay, it was a harmless substance, but it was meant to appear as if it was sperm. That was okay, unacceptable. And that annoyed them. And I've got every reason to believe they have good reason to be annoyed. But if somebody discovered that before, you only had done one or two cases, and say to you, Wilbert, don't do this, you know, a mere warning would have been enough. And even the judge would have said, even if it had gone to court, they would have said, well, we will give you a suspended sentence. If you do this again, you will serve the sentence. Because it was clear here, it wasn't the man, somebody who was doing it as an alpha, dominating kind of person, you know, who their mere presence alone threatened somebody. You're not that type, Wilbert. I've known you all my life. You've never dominated, even when we're playing with kids. You never play with them with the view of, I am the alpha male here and I'll dominate. That is not your nature. You know, and I think that point has got to be made. And I think I would like it to be put on record, because that is your nature. Yes, when you come out of prison, maybe prison life will change you. But I don't think as you go into prison now, that is your nature. That is not your nature. Well, let's sit down and discuss it, Robert. And like I said, you know, once we've discussed it, we can agree. Should we flag it with the lawyers? Maybe they can tell us whether there's any hope or any chance of the sentence being appealed. But at least I would like to see it on record. You understand? You know, I would like to see it on record that the lawyers flag it with the judges, and at least we flag it with the lawyers, and whether they take it up with the relevant authorities, it is their prerogative as your lawyers. They know the law more than I and you do. But I personally would like at least that we should flag it with your lawyers. You know, and that is the reason why I've been keen to come down, talk to you, and well, me an adult, I think we should, you should have an input in this, whether you think that will be the right thing to do, or whether you would want to discuss it yourself with your lawyer, or you would like me to go and see the lawyer and talk to them about it. Whatever you want, we can discuss it. At least we can discuss it. And I wanted it also to flag it with you.
No, yeah, I would like that.
You know, because I think you are the first person I should talk to. I should not write to the lawyer without talking to you first. You know, and that's why I had not done anything. I've got their email. I could have sent them an email, but I don't know. I've got to talk to you first. And when I spoke to your mom, I told her, well, tell Wilbert I would like to talk to him, please. You know, and that's what I wanted to talk to you about.
That's fine. Yeah, I'd like to,
You know,
to have that conversation, see what we can get sorted.
yeah. Sort out the visit. We can sit down and talk about it. Your mom can be there. It's up to you. If you want just you and me to talk about it, we can talk about it one to one.
Me and you.
Okay. And then we can agree on whether you'd want to take it up with the lawyer or you want me to take it up with the lawyer. I would happily take it up with the lawyer. Can either ask them if I could see them, talk to them. And I think they've been very accommodating in terms that they've been willing to talk to us. But I really would like to put it on record.
Is it the same legal team or is it different?
Well, last time when we went there with your mom, it was this black guy whom we talked to.
Yeah, that's our one. So it'll be the same company.
Yeah, same company. But in the court itself, it was a barrister. Yeah. And he is the one. This other lawyer, I think, is what they do there is this other lawyer does all the groundwork, the research, and so forth, and then discusses it with the barrister, and the barrister is the one who presents the case in court. Yeah, and in fact, after the hearing, he is the one who also came to us and explained what the sentence means. So I found him to be a really reasonable guy. Yes, I didn't have a chance to talk to him at great length, but after talking to you, if we decide to yes, or you have got a chance to talk to them at one point, you could present your case. And I think in this particular case, you presenting it could be even have more impact. Or if you think, well, okay, I can also talk to the lawyers, I can also talk to the lawyers. But I honestly, desperately, ever since the case, I have desperately wanted it to talk to you about it and at least persuade you that I think we need to put it to the lawyers so that it's on your record. That aspect of it is something that maybe they should have seriously considered. Because I think they didn't. I mean, if you look at all the evidence that was given by those women, none of them ever said he was aggressive. None. Each time some of them saw you and they turned around and confronted you, you literally shrunk. You tried to tie your shoelace and so forth because you could not confront them. Whereas an alpha male would have confronted them. I am possessing you. That is the kind of domineering individual. I don't think you're that. You've never been that. I've known you all your life. I would have never said that you are the domineering type. And I think that aspect of it is something that I honestly desperately wanted to discuss with you, and then make sure that the lawyers is aware. Your lawyer is aware of it.
That's just at least once we've spoken and figure out what we decide to do and what not, then obviously I can reach out and see what they say.
I mean, to be quite honest, Wilbur, there's nothing for us to lose. You know, you're only putting your case. They can say, well, you know, the whatever, we don't know. But I personally feel it is something that should be stated, you know. So yeah, put my name down.
Can you do me a favor, please?
Uh-huh.
Do you have the number for them? Because I think my card for it, the landline number, I don't have.
For the what?
Or I didn't move with it. For the office.
For the lawyers?
Yes, correct.
Okay, all right. I may have it. Just hold on. Let me check. I must admit, I sent them an email. I never called them.
Okay.
I've never called them.
It might be on the bottom of the email.
Let me see. What would be the procedure there? You book the call with them.
Well, if their details have been moved over, I'll still be able to call them through here. It should just allow me to ring through straight away. So as long as I've got the correct number. It's just a shame because I can't see what numbers have and haven't been approved.
Okay.
Because even if you can't find it now, if we can just get it for the next time I call you, or even on the visit, I could call them for there. Like you say, you know, it's helpful you speaking to them, but it's also best coming from me.
I'm just going through your mom's text messages. Okay, it's you know the name.
Sorry, say again?
You know the name of the lawyers?
Yes, that one.
Okay, their number is 0121.
Yep.
643.
Yep.
4121.
Spot on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So 0121 643 4121.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you. Okay.
So yeah. So like I said, book me in as long as you give me, 2 or 3 days notice so that I know when I'm coming down there. I'll come down.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much for that. Yeah.
So you're saying it's any day during the week now?
Any day during the week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So on the days, certain times do change. Like on Monday and Tuesday, you get there's morning slots. Then a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they're all like afternoon, evening slots.
Okay. Afternoon will suit me great.
I'll book you for that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, by the way, anyway.
All right, man.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Lovely speaking to you. I'll keep you updated and look forward to
Great. Okay. Yeah.
speaking to you. Yeah?
Okay, man.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay. Good night.
Good night. Bye.
Putin, a powerful Putin, stay in charge of Russia?
Over the past few years, actually, the relationship between Russia and in a significant manner, and especially, Iran has become a major supply of arms for Russia over the past few months, and most of the Ukrainian cities are, in fact, bombed by Iranian drones. The Iranians, they are supplying Russia with hundreds of drones monthly, and the weakening of Russia in Ukraine and on the international stage will not be serving Iran's interest. Russia and Iran are close allies. They have been close allies for the past few years, and the Iranians, they don't like at all Putin's position being undermined in Russia because of what's happening over the past few hours.
Okay, thank you. We really do appreciate your time. That's Marwan Kavalan. Thank you for joining us in the studio again.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, if you are just joining us, the head of Wagner Group says his fighters are turning back to avoid bloodshed. Prigozhin said his fighters had advanced within 200 meters towards Moscow. The truce was mediated by Belarusian president. Let's hear what Prigozhin said on his Telegram channel moments ago.
We began our march for justice on June 23rd. Over the last 24 hours, we came 200 kilometers short of Moscow. During this time, we did not shed a single drop of our fighters' blood. We have reached a moment when blood can be spilled. Realizing the full responsibility for the risk that blood could be spilled on either side, we are turning our convoys around and heading back to our field camps, according to plan.
Okay, let's go to Daniel Hawkins. We're going to go to Daniel Hawkins now, who is ready for us in Moscow. And Daniel, what more can you tell us about these remarkable developments just in the last 5 or 10 minutes?
Well, Moscow, certainly, like all of Russia, is going through breathing a sigh of relief. A lot of Russians who are perhaps in their 40s or older will remember scenes of 1993 and the attempted military coup which took place just behind me here on Kutuzovsky Prospect and the White House. Of course, what happened here over the last 24 hours was far from that. These Wagner forces had allegedly barely reached the Moscow outskirts. However, what has happened here over the last 24 hours certainly is absolutely unprecedented in modern Russian history, certainly in Putin's presidency and his rule. We have now received confirmation from Yevgeny Prigozhin himself in another audio message on his Telegram channel, Yevgeny Prigozhin's press service. He's confirming that having gone to within 200 kilometers of Moscow and realized that the risk of bloodshed of Russian fighting and killing Russian is now greater than ever, he's taken the decision to turn his troops back in line with the plan. We don't know what that plan is, what he means by that, but certainly a lot of people will take that to mean these negotiations, these agreements reached between Yevgeny Prigozhin and President of Belarus, Lukashenko. It's worth noting, of course, that we don't know very much about what conditions stand behind these agreements, what President Putin, what the Kremlin have agreed to. President Yevgeny Prigozhin, as far as we know, is still charged with armed mutiny, very serious charges that carry a sentence of 12 to 20 years in Russia. Those charges haven't been dropped, certainly publicly as far as we know. There have been allegedly multiple aircraft shot down by Wagner forces. There's been fighting, there's been explosions. So certainly he is likely to be held accountable in some way for what's happened here over the last 24 hours. But in some ways, both sides here can claim a win, if you like. Yevgeny Prigozhin, through his endless standoff and critique and battle with the Russian MOD, with the top brass, can claim that he's made his point very loudly, very clearly, and very aggressively. He's moved, as he said himself, to within striking distance of the Russian capital. He's moved through these Russian defenses, these Russian soldiers with ease. These images of Russian soldiers allegedly surrendering, laying down their arms in front of Wagner would have shocked and surprised many Russians across the country. The Kremlin could also claim they've avoided a civil war. That was a highlight of Vladimir Putin's speech hours ago. He said that Russia stands on the brink of another 1917 of a bloody civil war, that this is something that the West and Ukraine will gain from. And the Kremlin can say, look, through our negotiations or our negotiations with the help of Alexander Lukashenko, we've avoided all of that. We've returned the status quo. So really, it's going to depend a lot on what the conditions are, what the agreements are between the Kremlin and Prigozhin through Lukashenko as to what happens next, both to the Wagner PMC, of course, and to its leader, Prigozhin, who was Russia's most popular rabble-rouser up until 24 hours ago, and now is and still remains legally Russia's number one wanted man. So we'll wait for more information coming out, of course, of both the Belarusian side and Prigozhin's press service, and indeed the Kremlin, which has yet to comment on these developments as the hours go by.
Indeed, we will be across the story for sure. That is Daniel Hawkins for us in Moscow. Thank you so much. Let's take a closer look at the Wagner Group and the man behind it all. Here's Dmitry Medvedenko.
Yevgeny Prigozhin rose to power in Russia from humble beginnings in St. Petersburg. After being jailed for 9 years for robbery and fraud, he became a hot dog salesman, and then the man known as Putin's chef. His catering company hosted events for foreign leaders as well as President Vladimir Putin's private birthday parties. It wasn't until 2022 that Prigozhin admitted that he had founded the Wagner private military company 8 years earlier in eastern Ukraine. He previously denied all connections to the mercenary group and sued anyone linking him to Wagner. Mercenaries are illegal in Russia, but Prigozhin's close links to Putin and Russia's elite allowed him to bypass legislation and gave plausible deniability of any involvement in operations overseas. As well as Ukraine, the Wagner Group has been linked to military operations in Syria since 2015 and aiding governments combat rebel groups in the Central African Republic, Libya, Mali, and Sudan. Prigozhin is also linked with exerting military and political influence in Chad, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe.
Wagner has been so successful as a private military company that it has become essentially a franchise. And so you have different, really very distinct organizations that carry the same brand.
Wagner was an important force in Russia's invasion of Ukraine, including the assaults on Soledar and Bakhmut. Prigozhin commanded up to 50,000 troops in Ukraine, mostly recruited from Russian prisons, in exchange for a pardon. He underlined his mercenaries' victories while playing down the role of the Russian army.
Obviously, Putin has created Prigozhin. Prigozhin isn't a self-made man. He is Putin's project to create a sort of a competitive alternative military force in Russia to boost the effectiveness of the regular Russian army.
This later turned into open criticism, where Prigozhin didn't mince his words in attacking Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu and Chief of Staff Valery Gerasimov for undersupplying his troops.
We have a 70% shortage of ammunition. Shoigu, Gerasimov. Where's the ammunition? Look at them.
When Bakhmut was seized in May 2023, after more than 6 months of fighting, Prigozhin and his men took a passive role, and the Kremlin began to rein in Wagner, demanding the group register and report directly to the army. Prigozhin refused, and his confrontation with Russia's military leadership reached a boiling point on June 23rd, when he was accused of armed mutiny and treason. Dmitry Medvedenko, Al Jazeera.
Here's a brief recap. The head of the Wagner Group says his fighters are turning back from Moscow to avoid bloodshed. Prigozhin said his fighters had advanced within 200 kilometers towards the capital. The truce was mediated by the Belarusian president. I will be back in just a moment with more of the day's news. You'll also find more information on our website.
How do states control information?
Controlling the narrative through dominating the media.
How does the narrative inform public opinion?
An enormous spy balloon.
It might not be the most important story about China of the day, but that's what the public pays attention to.
How is citizen journalism reframing the story? The Listening Post dissects the media.
We don't cover the news, we cover the way the news is covered.
An African-Italian youth basketball team confronts Italy's outdated laws which exclude them from competitive sport.
We are forbidden to compete because we are foreigners. We are not foreigners. We are all born in Italy.
Al Jazeera World follows them and their inspirational coach as they fight the law just to compete.
It's not fair at all to deny these young boys the right to play sport.
Tam Tam Basketball on Al Jazeera.
With almost 8 billion people in the world, food production is under increasing strain to keep pace with a growing global population. Al Jazeera's Environmental Solutions Programme discovers new ways of feeding the world sustainably, both on land
80,000 burger patties just from this bit of liquid. That's unbelievable.
and at sea.
There's the vegetable of the sea right there.
Food for thought on Al Jazeera.
News from Al Jazeera.
On the go and need to know? Al Jazeera's all-new mobile app is there for you.
This is where we dissect, analyse and look to find...
Let's bring in our guests now. From
Al Jazeera's mobile app, available in your favourite app store. Just search for it and tap download. The new app from Al Jazeera. News at your fingertips.
Hello, I'm Tom McRae. This is the News Hour live from Doha. Coming up in the next 60 minutes, the Wagner Group leader says he has ordered his troops to halt their march on Moscow to avoid shedding Russian blood. Earlier, the head of the mercenary group vowed to overthrow Russia's military leadership, and his forces came under Russian fire on their way to the capital. The latest developments come after President Vladimir Putin vowed to crush the most serious challenge to his 22-year rule. And Kyiv and its Western allies are closely watching the rebellion in Russia as they assess what it could mean for the war in Ukraine. We begin this news hour in Russia, where the head of the Wagner mercenary group says he's ordered his fighters to stop their march on Moscow. Well, let's hear what Prigozhin said on his Telegram channel just moments ago.
We began our march for justice on June 23rd. Over the last 24 hours, we came 200 kilometers short of Moscow. During this time, we did not shed a single drop of our fighters' blood. We have reached a moment when blood can be spilled. Realizing the full responsibility for the risk that blood could be spilled on either side, we are turning our convoys around and heading back to our field camps, according to plan.
Yevgeny Prigozhin's fighters had been advancing on the capital along the M4 highway. Wagner had earlier seized control of Rostov-on-Don, which is the southern command center of Russia's war in Ukraine. Regional media is reporting that Prigozhin's decision came after an intervention by Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko. Daniel Hawkins is live for us in Moscow. Step Varson is live in Germany with more on the Belarusian-mediated retreat. And Washington is, of course, also closely watching the movements in Russia. Mike Hanna is live for us from there. And Charles Stratford is near the Ukrainian town of Bakhmut with the view from the front lines. But first, we're going to go to Daniel Hawkins, who, as I mentioned, is in Moscow. And these are very dramatic developments over the last 10 or 15 minutes or so, aren't they, Daniel?
Absolutely, and it's been a dramatic 24 hours to say the very least. Many Russians of a certain generation over the age of 40 will remember the 1993 coup d'etat attempt, which took place just behind our studio here alongside the central Moscow Avenue in the White House. Of course, this coup attempt, which is what it's been classified as by the Kremlin, by the security services, never reached those levels. Nevertheless, this was something that will change the balance, the power balance of politics in Russia for the foreseeable future. We have confirmations from Yevgeny Prigozhin and his press service that he has agreed to turn around his columns, turn around his men, and return them to their initial points of dislocation, to their bases, presumably in southern Russia. That followed an announcement by the Belarusian president's press service, which said that he'd negotiated a compromise between the Kremlin and the Wagner PMC chief for them to stand down and return to base. Now, what will be very interesting to hear next from the Kremlin, which has yet to comment, interestingly, on these developments, is what exactly stands behind this agreement. Yevgeny Prigozhin, and of course we are just speculating at this point, but Yevgeny Prigozhin would have had to receive something in order to stand down. He rejected offers to stand down in return for safety guarantees from Russian officials throughout the day. He was absolutely adamant that he would take his march of justice, as he described it, all the way to Moscow, all the way to the Kremlin. So for him to turn around, having this momentum and having really gone without any resistance, without effectively a shot on the ground being fired, he claims at least, without a drop of blood being spilled to Moscow's outskirts, he would have had to receive an offer he couldn't refuse. And war correspondents in Russia on Telegram channels are speculating already that this could mean some sort of compromise on a change in the Russian military high command. Though again, this is just speculation, unconfirmed at this point. In return, allegedly, for Yevgeny Prigozhin scaling down, winding down his activities in Russia and focusing instead on interests in other countries. Now, this, as I say, I have to emphasize, is just speculation at this point. We're going to have to wait for a official statement from the Kremlin on what exactly has gone on. But a lot of Russians will be breathing a big sigh of relief today after 24 hours of uncertainty. The tension in Moscow has been very palpable, perhaps most palpable since February, a year and a half ago, when this conflict began. And certainly with armored vehicles and personnel carriers, camouflage trucks on the streets of Moscow, many will be, as I say, breathing a sigh of relief that some sort of negotiations behind closed doors have resulted in this de-escalation before it went further and totally out of control.
Daniel, has there been any reaction from the Kremlin to this? And I mean, obviously, Putin still has many issues to deal with, regardless of if the Wagner troops pull back.
Absolutely. Well, this statement has come literally in the last 10-15 minutes, so we are still waiting for any official statement from either the Russian Ministry of Defense, with whom Prigozhin, of course, has had this conflict for years now, from Sergei Shoigu, Defense Minister, or Chief of Staff Gerasimov. There's been no comment as of yet from Dmitry Peskov, the presidential spokesman, though no doubt that will come in the coming hours. Of course, this does leave both Prigozhin and Putin, in one sense, having both claimed some sort of win from this standoff, but also in a very precarious position. Prigozhin allegedly has received safety guarantees, but he does remain a wanted man, Russia's most wanted, in fact, charged with armed rebellion, a very serious offense that could carry a sentence of up to 2 decades in prison. And of course, this also leaves Putin potentially with a damaged image. The ease with which these Wagner forces swept through southern Russia, sweeping through these roadblocks, these images of Russian soldiers surrendering, laying down their arms apparently to the Wagner fighters, would have surprised many Russians. And the ease with which these forces approached the outskirts of Moscow, the heart of Russia, the seat of Russian power, will certainly have many people wondering how exactly this was allowed to happen and how this could have escalated within less than 24 hours, from Prigozhin's usual outbursts and critiques of the Russian Defense Ministry to a coup attempt, which hasn't been seen in Russia, as I say, since 1993. So it will be interesting to see how the Kremlin plays this out, how the Kremlin portrays this, and what these agreements reached will entail.
Thank you so much. We'll definitely be keeping a close eye on anything that comes out of the Kremlin. Thanks so much. That's Daniel Hawkins, live for us in Moscow. Well, for the European perspective, we're going to go to Sid Vassen, who is live in Germany's Sonnenberg town. And obviously, Alexander Lukashenko played a major role in this, didn't he?
Well, according to him, he played a major role in this. We have to wait and see exactly what has happened, because interestingly, Prigozhin in his last statement didn't mention Lukashenko's name at all, and also nobody in the Kremlin has mentioned Lukashenko's name. He has said, Lukashenko, that he has been negotiating the whole day with Prigozhin, and he has reached this deal. It's also interesting to note that there hasn't been any significant relationship between the Belarusian leader and Prigozhin, as we know of, or between with the Wagner group. It is also interesting to see if that is all true, and Lukashenko did all this, that he has basically sort of backed up Putin, and it's basically a way of returning a favor, you can say, because when Lukashenko was under a lot of internal pressure, when there was an uprising just a couple of years ago, President Putin came to his rescue. So they're basically really connected to each other. Their fates are very much connected to each other, but we also know that they have a very complicated relationship. Putin has also been complaining about Lukashenko's erratic behavior, so to speak. It's very difficult for him to trust him, and he's also been playing different sides over the years. But if this is all true, of course, then Lukashenko has made some real success here, and of course Putin won't easily forget that.
No, I'm sure. There's Sid Vassen for us in Sonnenberg town in Germany. Well, let's go to Mike Hanna in Washington, D.C. And how is this de-escalation being viewed there?
Well, there's been no reaction to this at this particular point. Obviously, all the parties have been monitoring closely, but as yet has not spoken publicly on the latest developments. President Biden has been on the phone to a number of leaders in the course of the day. He spoke to German Chancellor Schulz, as well as the British Prime Minister and the French President. The Secretary of State has also been beating the phone, calling his G7 counterparts, the foreign ministers there, all of them discussing the situation and how to present a common front in terms of dealing with it. President Biden also held a major briefing in the course of the day. This is a very crowded briefing with the head of the CIA present, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the National Security Advisor, basically all the senior leaders within the Biden administration and cabinet. A couple of visits were postponed, trips were postponed. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff postponed a visit. He was due to go to the Middle East, as to the National Security Advisor, who was due to go to Copenhagen. But all these moves just emphasizing how seriously the Biden administration views the situation, deeply concerned, we understand, about any possible disintegration within Russia and any instability there, which would radiate out across Russia's borders and have a global impact. So no doubt there are early signs of relief, perhaps, at the fact that the advance on Russia has now reportedly been stopped.
Okay, thank you so much. That is Mike Hanna for us in Washington, D.C. Let's take a closer look at the Wagner Group and the man behind it all, Dmitry Medvedenko, reports.
Yevgeny Prigozhin rose to power in Russia from humble beginnings in St. Petersburg. After being jailed for 9 years for robbery and fraud, he became a hot dog salesman, and then the man known as Putin's chef. His catering company hosted events for foreign leaders as well as President Vladimir Putin's private birthday parties. It wasn't until 2022 that Prigozhin admitted that he had founded the Wagner private military company 8 years earlier in eastern Ukraine. He previously denied all connections to the mercenary group and sued anyone linking him to Wagner. Mercenaries are illegal in Russia, but Prigozhin's close links to Putin and Russia's elite allowed him to bypass legislation and gave plausible deniability of any involvement in operations overseas. As well as Ukraine, the Wagner Group has been linked to military operations in Syria since 2015 and aiding governments combat rebel groups in the Central African Republic, Libya, Mali, and Sudan. Prigozhin is also linked with exerting military and political influence in Chad, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe.
Wagner has been so successful as a private military company that it has become essentially a franchise. And so you have different, really very distinct organizations that carry the same brand.
Wagner was an important force in Russia's invasion of Ukraine, including the assaults on Soledar and Bakhmut. Prigozhin commanded up to 50,000 troops in Ukraine, mostly recruited from Russian prisons in exchange for a pardon. He underlined his mercenaries' victories while playing down the role of the Russian army.
Obviously, Putin has created Prigozhin. Prigozhin isn't a self-made man. He is Putin's project to create a sort of a competitive alternative military force in Russia to boost the effectiveness of the regular Russian army.
This later turned into open criticism, where Prigozhin didn't mince his words in attacking Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu and Chief of Staff Valery Gerasimov for undersupplying his troops.
We have a 70% shortage of ammunition. Shoigu, Gerasimov. Where's the ammunition? Look at them.
When Bakhmut was seized in May 2023, after more than 6 months of fighting, Prigozhin and his men took a passive role, and the Kremlin began to rein in Wagner, demanding the group register and report directly to the army. Prigozhin refused, and his confrontation with Russia's military leadership reached a boiling point on June 23rd, when he was accused of armed mutiny and treason. Dmitry Medvedenko, Al Jazeera.
Roger Hilton is a global security expert and a defense fellow at GlovSec. He joins us from Berlin. Thank you very much for being on Al Jazeera. I guess, first of all, with so many developments in the last half hour or so, let alone the last 24 hours, can you just give us your take on what you think of this de-escalation that has supposedly been agreed between Lukashenko and Prigozhin?
Well, good evening, and thank you for having me. Obviously, the news is breaking very fluid, and it's very hard to keep up with everything. But essentially, since the news broke that President Lukashenko of Belarus has organized this peace treaty, I see two things. I see one saying that this was a calculated retreat on the side of Prigozhin. I think everything was going very successful in the Rostov-on-Don. And then finally, as they got closer to Moscow, I think he realized that he didn't have the assets needed there to sort of take this the whole way. There was no major defections. Nobody came out and endorsing him. And I think also that he didn't necessarily have the support of the troops. I think at the same time, he's in the current process of shaping the negotiations. Nobody knows what the conditions of these deals are going to be. He's holding a huge amount of assets physically, not just the Rostov-on-Don, but the influence of the troops. And I think also he has, he's not going to go into the night silently. So I think this is just one of the first meetings. And I think he has one, an insurance policy or something up his sleeve to make sure that he gets what he wants.
Well, what happens to him now? I mean, can he continue as the head of Wagner, working alongside the Russian military?
Well, I think the first thing to look at is, since this all started and the way it escalated, Putin was completely in regime survival mode. So I think at the moment, Putin has created a little bit of space for himself. Obviously, he is persona non grata. He's one of, if not the most wanted man in Russia right now. But like I said, I think there is a way for him, whether it's seeking some sort of asylum somewhere else to function. But it seems as if his days of Wagner working so efficiently on the battlefield with Ukraine, with him as the leader of it, is just not possible. And the last thing is obviously it's still to be determined if this is good news or not for Gerasimov and Shoigu, given that Putin now has sort of had to endorse this meeting with him, which puts them at risk in this massive oligarch and clan war going on with this Republiki in Russia.
Can you see Wagner troops returning to the front line in Ukraine and fighting alongside Russian military?
I mean, if the one thing that this war has proven is that anything is possible, but I think at the moment the policy priorities of everyone, whether it's the Russian MOD or Wagner itself, is sort of domestic policy. As you know, the news has been breaking so quickly, and Russia has already pulled military assets up. So nothing's impossible, but I feel that this is going to be a very tough sell for Wagner, given that Ukraine is probably going to keep their foot on the gas right now and try to push with a much larger combined arms operation.
Is this the perfect opportunity that Ukrainian forces and its Western allies have been looking for to really hit home and take an advantage with their counteroffensive?
I mean, it's just unbelievable the way things have gone through. And I can imagine that General Zaluzhny, who's the chief of staff, who's just done a phenomenal job over the last 13 or 14 or a little bit longer than that, coordinating everything. He just sees so many different options, the internal discord, the low morale in terms of Russia, and also the boost that this is giving Ukrainian soldiers that, look, we can really make a big dent in taking our territory back and liberating it. So very serendipitous how this happened, but absolutely. And if there's one message I'd like to say, I think Western policymakers should not hesitate. Throughout this entire war, they've done a great job of supplying arms and finance, but it's always been a little bit too late. But this is really the moment where they can change the course of the war and actually help Ukraine liberate its occupied territories, specifically in Crimea.
Can you talk us through exactly how you think that they should do that?
I think there's a lot of various options. I mean, when it comes to the West supporting Ukraine, it's not just the military and financial support that they need to provide. They should also be making this a message that, you know, anybody from Russia, you should defect, you can come over. And then the actual support, how Russia is, now is the time, whether it's covertly or not, to be providing much longer range artillery. The ATOMs, which is already in service right now with the British Storm, the Storm missile long range from Britain. There's other opportunities, whether it's cyber warfare or providing like very detailed ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance packages to hit specific targets. So there's a variety of options with escalatory issues that the West could provide for Ukraine.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. That is Roger Hilton, our global security expert from Berlin. Thank you so much. Okay, well, let's get the view from the front lines about these dramatic developments. Charles Stratford joins us on the road to Bakhmut in eastern Ukraine. And I don't know if you could hear our guest there, Charles, but he was basically saying that it would be very difficult to see Wagner forces return to the front lines and fighting alongside the Russian army. What sort of advantage would that give the Ukrainian troops that have been mounting their counteroffensive?
Well, one can only presume it would benefit the Ukrainian troops potentially quite considerably. We know how effective Wagner were in taking full control of Bakhmut, which, as you say, is up the road behind me. And we know, certainly reported, the majority of the Wagner forces actually withdrew from that town in the last couple of weeks and handed over to Russian forces. We know that there has been heavy fighting in and around that town ever since, especially today. One thing I can say, though, is certainly speaking to Ukrainian forces, Ukrainian soldiers in this area today, they were hugely encouraged by what they described as chaos inside Russia, by this rebellion unfolding. They said that they were going to basically seize the opportunity to hit Bakhmut hard. We've heard a lot of shelling, certainly in the last few hours. We've seen a lot of military activity as well. We can't 100% verify whether that is directly connected to this crisis happening inside Russia. We've seen infantry helicopters operating also. So certainly one can presume that if Wagner were to stop fighting with Russian forces, then it would give the Ukrainians a better chance of pushing quicker and further in this counteroffensive. A counteroffensive that is still very much in its early stages, but certainly military analysts and even the Ukrainian government have said that it's not moving as fast as they'd expected.
Yeah, can you just tell us a little bit more about this counteroffensive and the wider implications along the front line at this point in time?
Yeah, we visited a couple of places along the 1,000 kilometre front line over the last few days. Yesterday, we were in a village that the Ukrainians last week said that they had fully recaptured from Russian forces. That certainly didn't seem to be the case when we were there. We were speaking to Ukrainian soldiers who said that there was ongoing fighting in the outskirts of the village, in and around the tree lines. There was a lot of heavy shelling. The Ukrainians were saying that the Russians were using a lot more air power and were defending that village or the outskirts of it very well indeed. We also moved to another area on the front line around 200 kilometers north, close to the Russian-occupied town of Crimea. Ukrainian forces dug in trenches very close to that town. This is an area that the Ukrainians had taken back control of in a counteroffensive last summer south of Kharkiv that was very successful. And pretty much over the last year, there has been very little movement, very little advances from either side, but that has all changed, or is beginning to change, according to these very nervous Ukrainian troops in these trenches, who said that Russian forces had, since the beginning of the counter-offensive, really upped the ante, really escalated their shelling. They were using heavy air power as well, fighter jets and helicopters, and they were basically getting small units of Russian forces that were encroaching or trying to assault their positions along that line. So that is different. So one can only presume that any kind of chaos, any kind of rebellion that we're seeing unfolding in Russia, despite seemingly this agreement, this negotiations that seems to be happening between Prigozhin and the Kremlin, the Ukrainians are going to be right on it and right on it fast in order to try and push a lot faster than they already are in probing these deep defensive Russian lines.
Okay, thank you so much for that update. That is Charles Stratford for us in eastern Ukraine. Well, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan says Turkey is ready to help resolve the situation in Russia. He spoke to President Putin by phone and urged him to act with common sense. Zanu PF reports from Istanbul.
During a phone conversation between Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and his Russian counterpart, Ankara pledged full support to Vladimir Putin. The statement delivered by the Turkish presidency said that Erdogan has expressed his support and he said that he is ready to give any help for a peaceful solution to this conflict. This message was different compared to other regional partners to Russia, as many of them stated that this was a domestic issue. But President Erdogan showed his full support to his Russian counterpart, who did the same thing during a failed military coup attempt in July 2016. Vladimir Putin was the first to call President Erdogan and pledge his full support during that military coup attempt that failed but costed dozens of lives in Turkey. That's why this has been considered as a very important step, as Turkey and Russia cooperate on many fields, many regional conflicts, despite they do not see everything eye to eye. Sinem Köseoğlu, Al Jazeera, Istanbul.
We're still ahead on Al Jazeera, from allies to enemies. We will continue to have more on Wagner's armed mutiny and what it means for the Kremlin.
Hello there. We'll see things heat up across the north of Africa this week. And things are still looking very hot across much of the Middle East and Levant. We'll start here as temperatures are sitting into the high 40s for places like Kuwait. Doha seeing 45 degrees Celsius there. Temperatures are set to come down slightly across the Gulf, but it is still a very hot picture this week. On top of that, we're seeing some unsettled weather thanks to a Shamal wind kicking up some dust that is expected to die down, however, after Monday. Largely dry across much of the region. Pleasant conditions to be found for the Levant, and just a few showers here and there for Turkey. Things have turned much better after a very wet spring. Now, as we move to the north of Africa, lots of heat coming into Morocco this week. Watch the temperature in Rabat will pick up to 42 degrees Celsius on Monday, so well above normal temperatures for this time of year. That heat continuing through the week. Lots of hot and dry weather up in the north, much wetter along that central band of Africa, particularly for Liberia on Monday. Some very heavy falls of rain here and more rain to come for the likes of Nigeria. We saw flooding in Abuja because of that heavy rain. We could see more as we go into the new week, and that rain continues.
Wherever there are people, there are stories. Stories that must be shared.
It's my biggest responsibility to speak to my people. They're coming from a place where I believe they have more to learn, they can do better, and they need to be part of the change.
Award-winning filmmakers from around the world presenting tales of true life. Witness on Al Jazeera.
The countdown has begun. The more you subscribe, the more you save.
You want these powers? Come get them.
Surprise! Discount starts at more than 50%. And drops 1% every day.
You've already made plans.
I'm making a plan.
Hurry up and subscribe today. Use promo code SUMMER2023.
Here's a recap of the latest developments out of Russia. The head of the Wagner mercenary group says he's ordered his troops to turn back to avoid bloodshed. Yevgeny Prigozhin's fighters had advanced within 200 kilometers towards Moscow. Prigozhin says military convoys will now be turning around, with fighters returning to their field camps. Wagner had earlier seized control of Rostov-on-Don, which is the southern command center of Russia's war in Ukraine. Let's hear what Prigozhin said on his Telegram channel a short time ago.
We began our march for justice on June 23rd. Over the last 24 hours, we came 200 kilometers short of Moscow. During this time, we did not shed a single drop of our fighters' blood. We have reached a moment when blood can be spilled. Realizing the full responsibility for the risk that blood could be spilled on either side, we are turning our convoys around and heading back to our field camps, according to plan.
Our diplomatic editor, James Bays, joins us live now from the UN. And what have been the international reactions to events of the past hour or so?
No formal international reaction, but I can tell you I've been speaking and WhatsApping with diplomats, and I think their messages, which are off the record to me, are summed up actually by a tweet I've just seen moments ago from the former Swedish Prime Minister and former Swedish Foreign Minister Carl Bildt, who's a very shrewd observer of diplomacy. He says, "End of first round, next round in the drama is coming." People I'm speaking to do not think this is necessarily over. They question whether Putin really can reintegrate a renegade force that has been prepared to engage in a mutiny against his government and marched so close and got so close to the Russian capital. What is clear is that every single figure in this and every body in this on the Russian side is damaged right now as things stand. If you look at Putin, well, this is certainly damaging to Putin. He has had an aura of control and power and invincibility all his time in office. That is damaged. He won't get that back anytime soon. Prigozhin, well, I think there's real damage to him because he caved in. He didn't go on with his offensive. That will be seen as weak. You look at the Russian military, well, there is already talk of negotiations to replace the Russian military leadership, the defense minister and the head of the general staff. That will add, I think, to further demoralization. And just look how far the Wagner force got. It took Rostov-on-Don, which was the operational command of the Ukrainian war effort and a city of over 1 million people, and it continued all the way up that M4 motorway, getting pretty close to Moscow. The Russian military has had a pretty bad reputation ever since this war started. They were seen as one of the most powerful militaries in the world before the start of the Ukraine war, a special military mission, as Putin called it, was supposed to last a few days. Here we are 16 months later. They are not making progress. In fact, on the battlefield, they're losing ground, although not the Ukrainians aren't advancing very greatly, but the Russian military takes a further blow. And then you look at the Wagner group. Well, already, since Prigozhin has done this in the last hour, Telegram channels are saying that there are Wagner operatives who say they're very unhappy. So you've lost the unity of the Wagner group as well. And then I think the last thing on the Russian side that's been lost is the morale of the war effort in Ukraine. Yes, maybe Wagner troops will go back to fight in Ukraine, but it's going to be very hard to reintegrate them with the Russian military after what has happened. It's going to cause so much disruption. Potentially, this gives, I think, a real advantage in the coming hours and coming days for the Ukrainian side.
And of course, where does this all leave Vladimir Putin? I mean, what have diplomats been telling you about his chances of I guess, just getting through all of this?
Well, I think he's in some serious trouble. Remember, Vladimir Putin has been around for as many years as we've had so far this century. In fact, he took office, Boris Yeltsin handed the presidency to him on the last day of 1999. And I think he's at his very weakest point that we've seen at any time in his rule. And that's why I think there might be some speculation that he'll be unhappy to leave things as things stand now and not in some way punish Prigozhin for what he's done. Certainly the deal at the moment seems that he's going to give immunity to Prigozhin. That, I think, makes Mr. Putin more vulnerable than he's ever been at any time during his rule. As I say, diplomats watching this very closely, and they think, given the amazing developments we've seen in the last 24 hours, and particularly in the last hour, that things aren't over yet.
Okay, thank you so much. That is James Bays for us at the UN. Thank you. Well, our correspondent Nicholas Hark joins us now from Dakar. He's just returned from Mali, where Wagner forces have been deployed. Nicholas, can you just explain how Wagner's activity in Africa is in line with the Kremlin?
Well, I met with the head of Wagner in the Central African Republic in 2018. At the time, he told me Russia is back in Africa. He didn't say Wagner is starting its operation on the continent, but here it's in line with the Kremlin's policy he was alluding to this nostalgia of the Soviet Union and its influence on the continent, really tapping in this nostalgia that you have in the Kremlin and a few people, but also amongst soldiers or military leaders here on the African continent, because many of them have been trained in the former Soviet Union. Some of them speaks Russian in Mali, also in Burkina Faso in the Central African Republic. All these countries where we've seen Wagner's operations expand. Over 1,600 men, soldiers or fighters in Mali, 1,400 men in the Central African Republic. And they have the support of the Kremlin. At the UN Security Council, where there was a discussion over the renewal of the UN peacekeeping force in Mali, we saw the Russian ambassador really in line with Wagner's perspective and the Malian authorities' perspective over the mandate. Essentially, they're saying that the mandate of the peacekeeping force is obsolete. And this would pave the way for Wagner to expand its activities in Mali. But it's worth noting that Wagner's activity in terms of the security aspect on the African continent has helped Putin grow its influence in Africa. And on the 26th of July, we'll have the Russia-Africa summit, where many African heads of states will go to Russia, and they see Russia as an alternative force, superpower to China and the US. Tom?
And Nicholas, what role does Wagner's activity in Africa have in the Russia-Ukraine crisis?
Whilst Russia's ambition in Africa is linked to its sphere of influence and ideology, Wagner is very much a for-profit organization. There's the tip of the iceberg, which is the security front, where it provides fighters to governments in the regions that are dealing with armed groups, such as in Mali, where they're dealing with armed groups linked to Al-Qaeda and ISIL. But there's also a whole aspect of it where it deals with online information battles with the West. And there's also the whole mining aspect of it. So the choice of the countries in which Wagner is involved is no coincidence. Mali is one of the biggest exporters of gold in the country. The Central African Republic is rich in timber and in mining. And so Wagner companies export that mine, those minerals and that gold in order to pay for a war that's happening away from the African continent on the European battlefront. It helps pay for those fighters that are fighting in Russia and Ukraine. Just to give you one number, there's one mine in the Central African Republic called Endasima mine. They've exported $2.7 billion worth of mineral last year. The timber export that they've done from the Central African Republic is estimated to be worth $1 billion. So all of that goes to fund fighters or the fight in Europe, and so it seems that Putin or the Kremlin cannot go without Wagner, at least here in Africa. It has an important role to play on the continent. Tom?
Thank you so much. That is Nicholas Hart for us in Dakar. Well, Alyssa D. Carbonell is the Deputy Programme Director for Europe and Central Asia at Crisis Group. She joins us live now from London. And Alyssa, how surprised are you that the Wagner troops got within 200 kilometres of the Russian capital?
Yes, well, it's a situation that would have been unthinkable, I guess even yesterday. There's been a lot of discussion about discontent, but this really shows up. It was really a different situation in the sense that Prigozhin had in the past been very critical of the military brass, but held off from criticizing Putin directly. And in the last 24 hours, he criticized and even questioned the basis and the legitimacy for the invasion of Ukraine.
And I'm just wondering, what do you think of this so-called de-escalation, Wagner pulling out? Do you think that it's actually going to hold, or do you think that there's still going to be clashes between Wagner and the Russian military?
Well, certainly, this is not the end of the story. First of all, Putin, it's hard to see him walking away undamaged from the situation. It's really, even with some kind of negotiated solution, it's still the biggest shock to his grip on power in over 2 decades. I don't know exactly what Prigozhin got out of that, and so that will maybe emerge in the coming days. To have a sort of a negotiated solution is one thing, but I certainly don't think that this betrayal that Putin called a betrayal from a man who owes his career to Putin and who was essentially his war dog in the past and turned on him is going to be forgotten easily. I wouldn't want to be in Prigozhin's shoes right now. And that obviously has implications for the war in Ukraine, for Wagner forces enduring and continuing participation there. But also, I think, the Russian elite will be looking to this and seeing the weaknesses that this situation, this crisis has showed up in the last 24 hours, but also the Russian public. It's hard to know what kind of resonance this is going to have with Russian society at a time, particularly with people who might have been dissatisfied with the war and the direction that Putin is taking the country.
I just want to return to something that you mentioned there. Do you think that Wagner troops can return to the front line in Russia and fight alongside, in Ukraine, and fight alongside Russian troops?
I mean, the scale of the conflict, already between Prigozhin and the military brass up to this point has been really difficult and complicated, their presence on the battlefield. But they were critical in Bakhmut and in some other places. But the ostensible reason for this march of justice, which Prigozhin refused to call a coup, it was a missile strike on Wagner forces. So how we come to a situation in which they are now fighting alongside and all of those differences are swept under the carpet, I really don't see that. So de-escalation is not there yet. In the past, Putin has used this kind of situation where he was the Tsar above the fray, and he allowed people to sort of fight, but there was this semblance or this feeling that he was still in control of the situation. And I think what this crisis has shown up is just the lack of control that he has with Prigozhin, and that is quite critical.
Okay, thank you so much for your time and your insight. That is Alyssa D. Carbonell, Deputy Programme Director at the Crisis Group.
Thank you.
Voters in Sierra Leone are choosing a president in the 5th election since the end of the civil war. President Julius Maada Bio is seeking a second 5-year term. He's being challenged by long-term rival Samura Kamara. The winner needs 55% of the vote to avoid a runoff. People are also voting for MPs and councillors. High unemployment and struggling economy are voters' main concerns. The UN's human rights chief has warned violence in the occupied West Bank risks spiralling out of control. Israeli forces raided several Palestinian villages on Thursday. Hundreds of also attacked Palestinian areas since 4 Israelis were killed on Tuesday. Well, tens of thousands of people in Israel are protesting against proposed judicial changes. They say the legislation will threaten democracy. Imran Khan reports.
Protesters say there's about 100,000 people here in Kaplan Square. Now you can contrast that with when the protest began some 25 weeks ago, when there were about 30,000 people out on the streets. And the nature of the protest has changed as well. 25 weeks ago, there was a lot of anger on the streets. People were trying to block the highway. That led to clashes with Israeli police. Now, though, the protest movement organizers say this is much more of a resistance movement. This is much more of a way of showing the government that they cannot push their judicial changes bill through without paying attention to the sheer amount of people out on the streets. And that's very powerful. Now, although Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says all options are on the table, the protest movement has managed to slow down the pace of judicial reform, but it hasn't stopped it. Imran Khan, Al Jazeera, Tel Aviv.
Well, voters in Mali have overwhelmingly backed changes to the constitution in a referendum. The military leadership that seized power 3 years ago said altering the constitution would open the way to civilian rule. But opponents say the changes give too much power to the president. Greece's Supreme Court is looking into how a boat filled with migrants capsized off the west coast a week ago. Hundreds of asylum seekers are believed to have drowned. Survivors say several things must have gone wrong. John Saropoulos reports from Malakasa in Greece.
Mohammed Al-Hossery is a builder. He says he paid Libyan smugglers $4,000 to take him to Italy, where he hoped to find work to feed his family. He was one of an estimated 750 people on a fishing trawler he says was fit to carry half that number. He described how the smugglers loaded people onto the boat at a remote mooring.
2 fishing boats ferried people to the boat in batches of 20. I was among the last 10, and the boat was swaying side to side. I asked a friend, "Is this boat safe?" He didn't answer. Everyone was afraid. Everyone understood this was going to be a difficult journey.
When the boat was spotted 47 miles off Greece in the Ionian Sea, this is what it looked like. Al-Hossery believes it sank because its engine failed.
While the ship was moving, it had some balance, but it started to lurch.
Some survivors believe that the Greek Coast Guard vessel that was trying to help them inadvertently harmed them. We spoke to one of these witnesses. Mahmoud Shalabi is not his real name.
The Coast Guard tied a rope to the port side of the bows. The boat lashed side to side as they towed it, and when they cut the rope, it lashed suddenly.
Shalabi said the Coast Guard tried to cover up the incident after the trawler capsized.
They started pulling us out of the water, and they would hit us with a floating ring and tell us not to talk. They said, "You will not talk about these events."
Both witnesses said there were perhaps 100 women and children below decks. None survived. These 2 witnesses, along with dozens of other survivors, have been deposed by the Greek Coast Guard when they arrived on shore, and their testimonies are going to be included in a judicial inquiry now underway at the Supreme Court level to find out exactly what happened. Greece has arrested 9 Egyptian survivors as suspected human traffickers. But Shalabi told me the real operators were well-armed Libyan militiamen who stacked him and 150 other Egyptians into a truck and drove them through little-known mountain passes to the departure point, a concealed cove west of Tobruk. And on the way, he saw something of the scale of their operation.
There are 5 boats being prepared a kilometer inland and preparing them for the forthcoming voyages.
Europe has decried the inhumanity of the smugglers, but it hasn't found an effective way to defeat their thriving business. John Saropoulos, Al Jazeera, Malakasa.
Librarians meeting in the US city of Chicago are concerned about a growing issue: book bans. John Hedren reports from Chicago.
The plot thickens as librarians try to put more books on their shelves. A growing nationwide campaign seeks to remove them.
This is an attempt by a small group of people to pull social progress back to a level at which they feel comfortable, despite the fact that the majority of Americans are all very pro-LGBT and pro-intellectual freedom and the right to read whatever they want.
Last year, 40% of banned titles had prominent characters of color. 21% focused on race. Librarians say book bans disproportionately silence the voices of minority authors. The result, they say, is a literary whitewash in which members of marginalized communities pour through the shelves and increasingly don't find themselves. This library in Evanston, Illinois, is fighting back with a display of books banned elsewhere. Among them, Gay and Lesbian History for Kids, and the text of the poem Amanda Gorman read at President Joe Biden's inauguration.
And so we lift our gaze not to what stands between us, but what stands before us.
Banned books top the agenda at the American Library Association's annual meeting this weekend in Chicago.
Every parent has the right to decide what the right books and what the right programs are for their family, but they don't have the right to determine that for another person's family.
Ibram X. Kendi's books on race are banned in several libraries. Two controversial challengers say.
In certain ways, it's a compliment, but on the other hand, I write books for people to read.
He says he's not surprised that his books have been targeted.
If you want to conserve racism, then you're not going to want people to understand it, to be able to see it, to be able to challenge it. And so it makes perfect sense that the very people who are trying to conserve racism are banning the books about racism.
Some censorship efforts come with a sense of irony. Among the challenge titles at this banned books display, Fahrenheit 451, a cautionary tale of a dystopian future society in which all books are banned. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Chicago.
Flooding in India's northern state of Assam has forced tens of thousands of people to shelter in relief camps. At least one person has been killed as heavy monsoon rains batter the region. The rain is forecast and flooding is affecting 500,000 people. The government has set up nearly 100 camps as people are evacuated from low-lying areas. The severe drought in Panama will mean additional shipping costs for cargo going through the Panama Canal. Water levels through the canal are at their lowest in 70 years. This is forcing ships to reduce their loads to ensure smooth and safe passage. That's sparking worldwide concerns that a spiking shipping prices is forcing raw material prices to also increase. It's one of the world's poorest countries, which is also home to the world's second largest rainforest and critically important ecosystem. But change is on the way in Democratic Republic of Congo as the search for oil and gas is about to begin. The government says auctioning off blocks to energy companies will boost the economy, but forest communities say they haven't been consulted. In the second of his reports from the DRC, here's our environment editor, Nick Clark.
They have everything and nothing. The rainforests of DRC provide for the tens of thousands of small communities who live there, from a roof over their heads to food for the pot. But infrastructure is minimal. Schools and hospitals, if any, are barely equipped. Electricity, none. The question, perhaps oil can change things for the better. To find out, our next mode of transport.
So here's the next form of travel. After 2 days on the river, we're on the motorbikes on our way to the nearest village. Let's go.
There are no roads. This is the only, sometimes precarious way to go. The path is hazardous. We eventually arrive. Pretty much the whole village come to hear our conversation with the chief. But he's defiant.
My first reaction is that people would have to kill me and then kill our people before this happens. Our everyday life depends on the river. If anything happens to this river, our life's destroyed.
Outside, a village elder sings the ancient song of the river. Show me the way to land. The next day, we head off to a neighbouring block that's up for auction. Here, we were not welcome.
You know, you get a very real sense of the depth of fear here just by driving along this track through these little communities, because we keep being mistaken for being part of the oil exploration project. And quite a lot of people, the adults, come running out shouting, "Get out of here, we don't want you here, we want to keep our forest, leave our forest alone." And it has got quite aggressive as well.
Villagers berating our producer Alan Yukani as we tried to explain we just wanted their opinion. We move on, eventually able to make our intentions plain. The message is clear.
I am not happy. It's the first time we've heard of it. I cannot be happy with the news that we'd have to give up our village where we have links to our ancestors. We cannot accept this.
The focus should be on community development, not oil. The government should bring support for agriculture. We need seeds so we can grow things. Tomatoes, for example, not just one or two crops.
People are very well aware of the wealth potential of their country. But as they've seen with the huge mining profits generated in the east of DRC, nothing ever filters down to the poor. The visceral connection to the land and a total lack of faith in the government means for these communities at least, oil exploration is a non-starter. Nick Clark, Al Jazeera, Isoko, Democratic Republic of Congo.
On Sunday, you can watch part 3 of the series. Nick Clark travels to the recently discovered tropical peatlands, home to extraordinary biodiversity and critical in regulating our climate, but they are now threatened by oil exploration. Okay, let's return to our top story, the Wagner mutiny in Russia. Here's a recap of the very latest developments. The head of the Wagner mercenary group says he's ordered his troops to turn back to avoid bloodshed. Yevgeny Prigozhin's fighters had advanced within 200 kilometers towards Moscow. Prigozhin says military convoys will now be turning around with fighters returning to their field camps. Wagner had earlier seized control of Rostov-on-Don, which is the southern command center of Russia's war in Ukraine. Our diplomatic editor James Bays joins us once again live from the UN, and just reading through that list of developments over the last few hours. What's been the international reaction to all of this?
Well, certainly I've been speaking and WhatsApping with diplomats, and they believe it's been an extraordinary 24 hours, and particularly the events of the last 90 minutes are pretty extraordinary. I think there's some relief that Prigozhin's forces, although they got close to Moscow, didn't get to Moscow, because there would have been, I think, an immense loss of life if there'd been a battle around Moscow. And of course, there's the danger for the international community that Russia has more nuclear weapons than any other country on Earth, slightly more than the US, almost 6,000 nuclear weapons. And so if there had been a situation where there was a battle over control of the Russian government, I think that would have been a big worry for the international community. I think most people watching this now believe that it's not necessarily over. They think that how can Putin allow a situation where he just reintegrates a force and a man who were in open rebellion against him just a few hours ago? So I think there's a feeling that if it was seen as a Putin versus Prigozhin battle, neither side has won. Both sides are damaged. And Putin, although he'll stay damaged because this is the biggest threat he's faced to his rule since he took power at the very end of 1999, he has to do something about Prigozhin long term. I think also there are real consequences for what happens in the war in Ukraine. Will Wagner go back to join the Russian forces inside Ukraine? Will they go back and join those forces? I think it's unlikely that there's going to be the Russian military wanting to cooperate with them very much. So I think that is a potential problem going forward. There's also the suggestion that Wagner might be moved out of Ukraine and concentrate on other countries. That, of course, is going to weaken the Russians' effort and war efforts, because the Wagner fighters were the strongest and most effective fighters that the Russians had. So I think big problems ahead for the Russian Federation, even after these developments.
A really remarkable 24 hours, and no doubt more to come. Thank you so much, James Bays, for us at the UN. Well, that is all from me, Tom McRae, for this news hour. We're going to leave you with some live pictures from central Moscow. A dramatic 24 hours. We'll have more from London in just a moment.
Here in the capital, Khartoum, there's been heavy artillery from the first minutes of the expiring of the ceasefire.
Something has changed at this border crossing, whether they are civilians or fighters. None of that seems to matter. Here now, there's only human suffering.
There is no food, there is no medicine, there is no place to go.
UNHCR is here, and someone told us that they have never seen it this bad.
Many people say that even when they are about to cross into neighboring Chad, they are still being targeted.
What was an incredibly tragic day, seeing refugees streaming in, has turned into a violent night. They've seen terrible things, experienced unimaginable hardships to come this far. What happens now?
How do states control information?
Controlling the narrative through dominating the media.
How does the narrative inform public opinion?
An enormous spy builder.
It might not be the most important story about China of the day, but that's what the public pays attention to.
How is citizen journalism reframing the story? The Listening Post dissects the media.
We don't cover the news, we cover the way the news is covered.
Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Liberté, égalité, fraternité.
Ideals the French Republic has long proclaimed, but just what is modern France? In a four-part
Earlier, Vladimir Putin said Russia was facing a battle for its future, calling the rebellion an armed mutiny. Ukraine's president says the rebellion exposed the weakness of the Russian government and accuses Vladimir Putin of Russia scared. Hello, I'm Matthew Amrediwala, and welcome to our continuing coverage of the unrest in Russia. Let's return straight away to that dramatic breaking news that lasted a while in a quite extraordinary day in Russia. Well, the leader of the Wagner Group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, has ordered his mercenaries to turn around and return to their bases to avoid bloodshed, he said. A huge convoy had been heading towards Moscow in what Vladimir Putin had described as an attempted mutiny. In an audio message posted on the social media site Telegram, Prigozhin said the time had come to stand down. Have a quick listen to the English translation of that message.
They wanted to disband the Wagner. On June 23rd, we went out on a justice march. Within a day, we were just 200 kilometers away from Moscow. During that time, we did not spill a single drop of blood of our fighters. Now the moment has come when the blood can be spilled. Therefore, understanding all the responsibility for the fact that Russian blood will be spilled on one of the sides, we're turning our columns back and leading in the opposite direction to the field camps according to the plan.
Well, let's turn to President Zelensky, because he has been talking his nightly address, and he accused Vladimir Putin of being scared, of running scared. Have a listen.
The man from the Kremlin is obviously very afraid and probably hiding somewhere, not showing himself. I am sure that he's no longer in Moscow. He knows what he is afraid of because he himself created this threat. And to you, people of Russia, the longer your troops stay on Ukrainian land, the more devastation they will bring to Russia. The longer this person is in the Kremlin, the more disaster there will be.
Well, that was President Zelensky in the last little while. Let's cross live now to Jonathan Shaw. He's a retired British Army Major General, former Assistant Defence Chief of Staff. And thank you so much for being here on the programme with us. Your thoughts at the end of quite an extraordinary, dramatic day.
Yes, well, yet again, I'm reminded that how much we know about Russia is dwarfed by the stuff we don't know. And this place continues to surprise us. So this drama has a long way to run, and we're all just speculating. So don't expect any hard conclusions.
In terms of the scenarios that go through your mind, just take me through two or three.
So it seems to me unfeasible that Prigozhin did this assault without some form of planning with someone else. I mean, there were various speculations that sounded credible to me that that he was working with the head of the FSB, and that what you might see was a quiet coup with the FSB taking over a unitary state and the war just put on hold for a while they were able to fight again. The FSB having now gone out on the hunt for Prigozhin, that may not happen. So who knows? It may be that this was a more coordinated attack, that maybe Kadyrov would have joined in, but Kadyrov has come out against it. So I think things haven't quite worked out the way that Prigozhin wanted. The latest speculation would seem to be that this is all a put-up job by Putin and Prigozhin, and the fact that he's blustered his way to outside Moscow and then threatened and then pulled back is part of a giant conspiracy theory. And so you can see already on the Twitter sphere that people inside Russia are already speculating this is a prelude to big clear-out of various people that Putin wants to get rid of. So there's all sorts of scope for speculation going on here.
Whatever the speculation, how weakened is Vladimir Putin, do you think?
Well, I think the significant one in your report there, talking about Lukashenko helping him out, I think you mischaracterized their relationship. I think Lukashenko is conscious that Belarus does not want to get sucked into this war, which is why he's never supplied troops with Putin. But Putin's been strong-arming him over the time to gain the basing rights and to get the nuclear weapons stuck on Belarus countryside. So the power was very much held by Putin, it seems to me. What we're witnessing today is Putin crawling to Lukashenko and pleading with him to call Prigozhin off. And so the power balance would seem to have swung there. So I think this is a really humiliating moment for President Putin.
Humiliating, maybe, but what do you think the impact of that? How does that translate to what we see on the battlefield, potentially, do you think?
Well, if I was a Russian soldier on the front line now, and Wagner's gone, and Kadyrov and his Chechens have gone to fight him, apparently, as far as I understand it, then the Russian lines are severely weakened. So if I was the Ukrainians, what I would be doing is I'd be launching an enormous information campaign to try and make the Russian soldiers feel even more ill-supported than they already do feel. Secondly, I'd be continuing with the attacks on the Russian positions as planned, because most of the Ukrainian troops, I suspect, are not that well trained. So you're much better off running with existing plans they understand than springing them with surprises. But the real thing I would be doing would be calling up all my reserves and putting them on much shorter notice to move. And my reserves should be my best troops, so that they can react and exploit as fast as possible if ever there is some kind of chink, some collapse, some weakness in the Russian lines. So I think this fundamentally strengthens the Ukrainian battle position.
How important is that information war, do you think, just affecting the psychology of Russian troops there on the front lines?
Yeah, I think it's got to be really important. I mean, from all the reports one gets, mindful that we're being spun by both sides here. The morale of Russian troops is not high, so this will only make it worse. So I think it's very important, and it'll also, I think, bolster the morale of the Ukrainians.
Jonathan Shaw, we have to leave it there, but thanks so much for being with us. Events have moved at such a remarkable pace through the course of the day. It's worth just pausing and recapping and looking back at what has happened in the last few hours, because Moscow was bracing itself just a few hours ago for an attack from that large Wagner military convoy heading for the capital. This was the scene a little earlier. Russian military were patrolling the streets. Roadblocks have been set up just outside the city centre. That was after the head of the Wagner military mercenary group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, announced that his fighters had taken over that major Russian city of Rostov-on-Don in the south of the country. Tanks were seen in the city earlier today, which is the military command centre for the Russian army's war in Ukraine. Now, Wagner troops then clashed with Russian soldiers in the Voronezh region, over 600 kilometres north on that M4 road. A weapons dump had also been set on fire. Voronezh is a key city en route to Moscow, just 8 hours from the capital, but they are now turning back, as we've heard in that military leader's words, to avoid bloodshed. Steve Rosenberg has the background to an incredible day.
In Rostov, this was no ordinary Saturday. A city of 1 million people had woken to this, the sight of armed men and armour on the streets, and tanks outside key buildings. In control here, the mercenary group Wagner. Closely linked to the state, they fought for Russia in Ukraine, but this was mutiny. Their leader, Yevgeny Prigozhin, had gone rogue. His feud with Russia's military leadership over how the war is being fought had boiled over. At a military HQ, he told Russian generals, "We've come for the defense minister and the chief of the general staff. If we don't get them, I'll blockade the city and head to Moscow." This was treachery, said the Kremlin, a stab in the back of Russia.
Our actions to defend the fatherland from this threat will be harsh. Everyone who consciously chose the path of treason and planned the armed uprising has embraced blackmail and terrorist methods. They will be inevitably punished before the law and our people.
This is a huge headache now for the Kremlin. Not only is Russia fighting a war in Ukraine, which hasn't gone to plan, it's now having to deal with an armed mutiny at home. And although Mr. Prigozhin's criticism is directed mainly at the defense ministry, not the president, what is happening now is putting Vladimir Putin under enormous pressure. There are reports of Wagner convoys heading north of Rostov towards Moscow. BBC Verified geolocated these images in Voronezh region. Security has been tightened in the Russian capital. It feels like the Kremlin has been taken by surprise.
I think it's a great embarrassment for the Kremlin. Prigozhin was Putin's project. It wasn't anybody else's, because he made Prigozhin. He allowed Prigozhin to exist. So he made it happen, and suddenly Prigozhin goes against him.
And what do Muscovites make of the drama? Some don't notice it. Others seem confused. Before, they told us Wagner was good, Svetlana says. They gave them medals. They were positive heroes. Now suddenly they're villains? That's hard for me to get used to. Steve Rosenberg, BBC News, Moscow.
Well, new images coming in all the time. Let me show you some of the pictures just into us. They show images of Wagner troops preparing to leave that city of Rostov that they took at the start of the day. They packed their bags, loaded their vans. Shortly after that announcement, we were playing you, talking about troops being returned to barracks. Now, other videos shared on social media were showing locals chanting Wagner's name as they were packing, as well as taking pictures with them and actually thanking them. So the day started with Rostov falling to those Wagner mercenaries, and now they're packing up and actually leaving. Well, in the last little while, I've been speaking to Arseniy Yatsenyuk, who's the former Prime Minister of Ukraine, who ran the government in the aftermath of the 2014 democratic revolution. He gave me his reaction to today's events in Russia.
A head of the terrorist state is fighting with the head of the terrorist organization. Let me remind you that Prigozhin, who is the war criminal similar to Putin, who is the war criminal under the ICC warrant, Putin personally gave the verse to Prigozhin. So this is an act of humiliation, personally for Putin. And could you imagine another part of the story that Putin hired a midwife, which is another dictator, self-proclaimed so-called President Lukashenko, to broker the deal with his crony, Mr. Prigozhin. So it's a complete mess, and it's a real humiliation for Putin. And I strongly believe that this would have a dreadful and tragic implications personally for Putin and for his power.
I'll come back to that last thought in a moment or two, but we were playing a little earlier on BBC News just our report from the front lines, the counter-offensive. It is hard fighting there for Ukrainian troops. Psychologically, how much is this a boost, what has happened through the course of today?
Well, frankly speaking, I skip this kind of emotions, because we have to focus on the battlefield, what's happening really on the battlefield. No doubt that this kind of riot or unrest provoked by Prigozhin and Putin, they distracted partly the attention of Russian military and Russian political establishment from the military aggression in Ukraine. So it's a kind of additional benefit, but no more. So it is important to be very cautious and to be very clear, understanding that Ukraine needs help, and the only chance for Ukraine to prevail is to support Ukrainian military.
Just a quick word about the Wagner Group. People around the world will be watching today's developments. You will know, won't you, that they have spearheaded so much of the fighting, the Russian gains. They are a very, very effective fighting force. You'd acknowledge that, wouldn't you?
Well, that's true. This is quite powerful arm of the Russian, actually of the Russian state, because one can say that this is a mercenary group or private mercenary company. That's not true. This is the part of Putin's machine, and Putin personally created and crafted this machine. So these guys are quite professional and students of war. But once again, Putin, Prigozhin, they are from the same, I would say, government. They are both war criminals. And fighting against Putin is similar as fighting against Prigozhin, because Prigozhin gotten orders from Putin to invade into Ukraine and to fight against Ukrainian military.
Yuri Sak, the advisor to your defence minister, was talking to the BBC earlier, and I'll read you out the quote. He said, "We are little by little running out of popcorn, watching events unfold at an unprecedented speed." I mean, perhaps that's the dark humour you would expect after a year of war, but there's a worry too, isn't there? A wounded Putin is an even more dangerous foe, isn't he?
He is, and he was always dangerous. And I know the narrative that let's not cross the red lines with Putin. It was Putin who crossed the red lines. And it was Putin who violated the international law. And it is Putin who commits war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine. So I am not a fan of these kind of so-called popcorn sagas. This is the war, a bloody war. And Ukraine needs to prevail in this war. And this is a hard toil with ups and downs. And the thing is that Putin's regime is in the decline. And it has severely, I would say, what happened right now in Russia severely eroded the legitimacy of war criminal Putin. But this war is for the long haul.
Well, it was Arseniy Yatsenyuk, former Prime Minister of Ukraine, talking to me a little earlier. Just the latest line coming in as we were listening to that. The chief of Russia's Libetsk region is now lifting those restrictions after that march from the Wagner Group has been turned back. You may remember the governor of that area saying that he'd been seeing Wagner Group equipment moving through his area. That's only about 400 kilometers south of Moscow, and they put the word out strongly advising people not to leave their homes and avoid traveling by any means. So all of those restrictions are being lifted in the last little while. Well, let's go live to Warsaw now, to our Eastern Europe correspondent, Sarah Rainsford. Sarah, welcome here to the programme. You, of course, were in Moscow for so many years. What are your thoughts on a day like today?
I mean, extraordinary. I'm not entirely sure that I've yet absorbed exactly what's happened, but certainly the pace of events was unprecedented. The very fact that this was happening itself was unprecedented. And then at the last minute to have Wagner forces supposedly 200 kilometers or so outside of Moscow, and for Alexander Lukashenko to step in and apparently save the day is yet another weird twist in a very, very strange 24 hours or so in Russian affairs. I mean, and that is saying something. You know, it's been pretty weird there for a long time. But, you know, I think from all of this, of course, Vladimir Putin is damaged. This was a man who was very close to him, and for many, many, many years doing his dirty work in various aspects and spheres of life, from Syria to meddling in elections to all sorts of other activity, and most recently, of course, fighting with his forces in Ukraine. This creature of the Kremlin had turned against its master, essentially. And so I think that's why this was so dramatic. This wasn't just anybody. This was a man who Vladimir Putin had trusted, who had, it seems, turned around and stabbed him in the back, as Vladimir Putin himself had said. And so the spectre was raised of something very dangerous and very disturbing happening in Russia, the fact of blood being shed, which apparently appears to have been averted. So I say it is difficult to absorb exactly what might have happened and what hasn't happened, but certainly a very, very extraordinary day.
Given the language, though, from Vladimir Putin, treason, betrayal, I mean, how do they even go about trying to piece that back together? Because that Wagner group has been so critical on the battlefield, hasn't it?
Yes, and I think Yevgeny Prigozhin crossed a massive line, and I think there can be, I can't see how there can be a way back for him after Vladimir Putin has openly accused him of betrayal. How could he possibly then pardon him? You know, maybe even if he said, you know, he'd gone slightly mad on the battlefield, for example. I just can't see that kind of backtracking. We haven't seen the details of the deal that has supposedly been agreed. All we know is that there were some kind of security guarantees, according to President Lukashenko of Belarus, those guarantees for Wagner fighters. What I would say is that, you know, this at its very root appears to have been about Yevgeny Prigozhin's role, his status, and his survival with the Wagner group that he established, because the Russian establishment was trying to absorb the mercenary group into the military, and Wagner and Prigozhin had been resisting that. So, you know, the enmity, the hostility, the terrible relationship with the defense ministry goes back many, many years. And we've seen it over recent months spill out in dangerous rhetoric. Now we've seen that dispute play out in an extremely dangerous way for Vladimir Putin himself. So the real danger to Mr. Putin, to Russia as a whole, has been averted. But still the big question remains of what exactly now happens to Yevgeny Prigozhin. How can his threat, if you like, be removed, even with this deal supposedly on the table, even with his forces turning around and leaving the Moscow region?
And I suppose the next few days will be absolutely critical as well, with so many of these unanswered questions. Are we going to see, for example, change to the top of the Russian military, the defense ministry, the head of the army? That's what Prigozhin has been calling for. He's also called for the tactics to be much hardened in terms of what we've seen so far. We wait to see if any of that feeds into how this gets resolved.
Yeah, those are huge questions. Again, I mean, I find it hard to think that as a result of this blackmail, essentially, Vladimir Putin would sack his defense minister. I think that would make him look weak in a way that he would not want to happen. I know that's certainly what Yevgeny Prigozhin has been calling for all along, and also for the head of Valery Gerasimov, the chief of staff. to give in, if you like, to those demands would be pretty much, a difficult climb down, I think, for Vladimir Putin, given that he came out and made a national address where he talked about treason. Vladimir Putin likes trust, he likes loyalty, he hates being betrayed. The phrase stab in the back is an extremely serious one for him to use. So I find it hard to think that anything that Prigozhin was demanding would be given to him. So that is difficult. In terms, of course, of Ukraine, though, I mean, we have to remember that Yevgeny Prigozhin is no liberal angel. This is a man who has deserters from his forces murdered, executed, their heads smashed in with a sledgehammer. He is a former convict released from prison, fighting alongside former convicts in Ukraine, and he wants that war to go on. He wants it to be tough, and he wants to go further. So, what happens in Ukraine as a result of this is another as yet open question.
Sarah, good to talk to you. Thanks very much, Sarah Rainsford, there live for us in Warsaw. Let's go back to Kyiv. Let's talk to Mykola Bieleskov, who's research fellow at Ukraine's National Institute for Strategic Studies there in Kyiv, which is advising Ukrainian government on military matters. Thank you for being with us. In terms of your vantage point there in Kyiv, how do you view today's events?
Well, from my point of view, these events, they undermine the image of the Putin as a strongman internally. So first, Ukraine undermined the image of Putin as a strongman externally, foiling all his plans. And now this image is undermined internally. And it's a huge blow to any autocrat, any personalized autocracy. That's why I would say that this situation will unfold. I don't know in what kind of way, but I'm sure that this situation is not settled.
In terms of the Ukrainian military, are they in a position where they can exploit something like this rapidly?
Right here, right now, there is no indications that there is a kind of opening we can't exploit. So the situation is the same one. So we're trying to press Russians on the flanks on Bakhmut to pin as much forces as possible. And we're trying to undermine this quite deadly combination of different mines, electronic warfare, tube rocket artillery, and attack aviation in South Mainland. So nothing changed for Ukraine because the scale of this situation in Russia, it didn't evolve in a way that required a huge turning of forces from fighting in Ukraine towards squashing this scene started by Prigozhin.
Psychologically, I'm sure it will be very helpful for all those Ukrainian fighters in terms of when you look at the West watching this, trying to make their own assessments. Is this the moment to perhaps speed up the sort of help they're giving Ukraine?
Definitely, it's a moment, especially after we saw quite good resultful application of Storm Shadow air-launched cruise missiles supplied by the UK. So if they are provided with more long-range precision firepower, I'm 100% sure that we can accomplish goals of counteroffensive that started at the beginning of June of this year.
Okay, we have to leave it there, but thanks for being with us. Sorry it was brief, but thanks for those thoughts from Ukraine's capital. Just to return to some of those latest developments, because we were just looking at the pictures a short while ago with Wagner mercenaries starting to actually pull their fighters back from Russia's Rostov-on-Don. Now, the day started with those mercenaries crossing the border, taking that key logistical Russian town. It's where the army has its base for the Southern Command, organizing the war on Ukraine. So a very, very significant place, Rostov-on-Don. But those Wagner troops now pulling back after that about turn from their leader that was announced just a couple of hours ago. So those some of the latest details, some of the latest pictures in terms of what is happening on the ground. Well, let's continue with that. Let's head to Rich Preston. He's there in the newsroom watching those pictures of the pullout, watching all of the geography through the course of the day.
Matthew, thank you. Yes, this is the big picture. This is the area we're looking at here. Ukraine here, Russia here, and Belarus here to the north of Ukraine. Now, of course, Belarus's leader, Alexander Lukashenko, appears to have played a pivotal role in this withdrawal of Wagner forces. We've heard about the 2 phone calls he's had with President Putin thanking him for his involvement. And of course, in the run-up to the invasion of Ukraine, there were Russian troops stationed in Belarus. So Belarus and Russia very much hand in hand on this operation. We've also heard in the last kind of half hour or so from the governor of Lipetsk region. Now, Wagner forces did reach Lipetsk earlier on. The governor said the fighters were in his area. They brought military equipment and machinery with them, and as a result, he imposed travel restrictions on people in the city. He's recently restricted those because of this apparent withdrawal of Wagner forces. He says those restrictions have been lifted. But let's go right back to the very beginning and a look at what happened. This red patch here at the bottom of Ukraine, that's Russian occupied territory following Russia's invasion. This bit here, Crimea, was of course annexed by Russia back in 2014. And if you cast your mind back to when that happened, you may remember there were stories of so-called little green men involved in that annexation of Crimea. These men in military uniforms without any Russian flags or Russian branding on them. And it's widely accepted that many of the fighters who were amongst those little green men went on to join the Wagner ranks. Then, around this time yesterday, they started to move out of this territory to Rostov-on-Don, about 100 kilometers from the Ukrainian border, which the Wagner leader says they were able to take without a single shot being fired. They then started to move north to the city of Voronezh on this M4 highway. Now, that was not such an easy mission. And Yevgeny Prigozhin said that they came under attack from Russian forces, including artillery strikes and helicopter gun attacks. Now, he didn't provide any evidence to back that up, but he said that's what happened. And we did see footage from in Voronezh of what appeared to be strikes on an oil depot. There was some kind of explosion there. And then the troops started to move north. Now, the key thing about Voronezh is that it's halfway between Rostov-on-Don and Moscow. 500 kilometers to Voronezh and 500 kilometers north to Moscow. So that was really amping up the tension that these Wagner fighters were going to march on the capital. As I said earlier, they did make it to Lipetsk. Not long after that happened, the governor of Kaluga started to lock down his citizens as well, started to impose travel restrictions. Now, Kaluga is 200 kilometers away from Moscow. Now, we don't quite know if Wagner fighters got to Kaluga, but we do know they got about 200 kilometers from the Russian capital before we heard this news starting to come through that they were going to withdraw and turn around. Now, they didn't make it exactly clear which direction they were going to turn around to, but we presume back along the road south to Rostov-on-Don. And as you were saying there, Matthew, we've seen these videos starting to come out of these Wagner fighters packing up their kit in some of these towns and cities and retreating back out of the area. Now, this is a rapidly developing story. You can, of course, follow all the latest updates on the BBC News website and the BBC News app, and of course, right here on BBC News.
This is BBC News. Let's turn to our main headlines this half hour. Wagner mercenary fighters begin to withdraw from the city of Rostov after their leader orders them to return to their bases to avoid bloodshed. Their convoy had been advancing on Moscow. An agreement to de-escalate was reached after negotiations with the leader of Belarus. Earlier, Vladimir Putin said Russia was facing a battle for its future, calling the rebellion an armed mutiny. And Ukraine's President Zelensky says the rebellion exposed the weakness of the Russian government and accused Vladimir Putin of running scared. Well, let's return straight away to what has been an extraordinary day in Russia. Just in the last half an hour or so, we're hearing and seeing the pictures of Wagner fighters starting to pull out of Rostov-on-Don. Earlier, a huge convoy had been heading towards Moscow in what Vladimir Putin had described as an attempted mutiny. Well, these images there on the screen are of those Wagner troops packing their bags and loading their vans. Other videos shared on social media showing locals chanting Wagner's name as they were packing up, as well as taking pictures and actually thanking them. Well, in an audio message posted on the social media site Telegram, Prigozhin said the time had come to stand down. Have a listen.
They wanted to disband the Wagner. On June 23rd, we went out on a justice march. Within a day, we were just 200 kilometers away from Moscow. During that time, we did not spill a single drop of blood of our fighters. Now the moment has come when the blood can be spilled. Therefore, understanding all the responsibility for the fact that Russian blood will be spilled on one of the sides, we're turning our columns back and leading in the opposite direction to the field camps according to the plan.
Well, Belarus's President Alexander Lukashenko, well, he was so closely involved in this agreement, has claimed credit for turning those troops back, with his office saying the Belarusian leader, a close ally of President Putin, of course, took the lead in negotiations and talked down the mercenary leader. But the damage may already have been done because Vladimir Putin has called those actions of the Wagner Group in the last 24 hours a stab in the back and attempted mutiny that won't go unpunished. Well, across the border in Kyiv, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said that the day's action was a clear sign of weakness in the Kremlin.
The man from the Kremlin is obviously very afraid and probably hiding somewhere, not showing himself. I am sure that he's no longer in Moscow. He knows what he is afraid of because he himself created this threat. And to you, people of Russia, the longer your troops stay on Ukrainian land, the more devastation they will bring to Russia. The longer this person is in the Kremlin, the more disaster there will be.
Well, let's take a closer look at the man who's called for this rebellion, Yevgeny Prigozhin, and that Wagner Group. Our security correspondent Gordon Carrera has more details.
Yevgeny Prigozhin outside Russian military headquarters in Rostov-on-Don this morning, boasting his Wagner Group have taken it without firing a shot. But just who is this man challenging Russia's armed forces and now its president? Prigozhin began as a criminal from St. Petersburg. After leaving jail, he began selling hot dogs, but then graduated to running expensive restaurants. He caught the attention of Russia's leader, leading him to be known as Putin's chef. He catered to world leaders when they visited, even America's president, but also became rich from lucrative military contracts. Then in the last decade, he branched out, running operations around the world on behalf of the Kremlin. That led to the FBI placing him on their most wanted list for allegedly interfering with America's 2016 election. But Prigozhin became best known as head of Wagner, an often brutal private mercenary group working to the Kremlin's agenda. It's been operating across the Middle East and Africa, including Syria, Libya, and Mali, allowing Putin to project power without being directly involved. But it's in the last year in Ukraine that it's really come to the fore. His forces have played a major role in the bloody combat. Some of them came from prisons. Here's Prigozhin recruiting them in return for an early release. But battles like the one in Bakhmut have led to growing tension between Prigozhin and the regular Russian military leadership. He's angrily accused its leaders, like Defense Minister Shoigu and military chief Gerasimov, of using his men as cannon fodder and denying them vital supplies. In recent weeks, he's been growing even more outspoken, increasingly seeming to challenge not just the military, but also Vladimir Putin, bringing what had been a simmering crisis to the boil. Gordon Carrera, BBC News.
Well, these latest events have to be seen against the backdrop of the latest fighting between Russian and Ukrainian forces. Ukrainian forces, have we know, been pushing to recapture some of the territory invaded by Russia, including settlements in the eastern Donetsk region and the southern region of Zaporizhia, but progress has been slow. Well, fighting is also continuing around the eastern city of Bakhmut, most of which is still under Russian control after prolonged fighting. And that, of course, is where the Wagner Group has suffered heavy losses. President Zelensky said today that the latest chaos in Russia showed the weakness of President Putin. Our correspondent Andrew Harding reports now from Donbass in eastern Ukraine.
A Ukrainian army doctor rushes to help yet another casualty this morning near the front lines. Russia may be in disarray today, but the fighting here near the town of Bakhmut is as ferocious as ever. Rough and ready treatment for this soldier who's got a chunk of shrapnel in his thigh. The doctor here, his call sign is Yoda, plots the next rescue mission to the nearby battlefield. As for the news of a mutiny in Russia, with weary eyes, Yoda says most of us don't really believe it. Or maybe it's a performance, something to try to distract us. What matters is that we fight on.
They're just heading off now to the front line to pick up some more wounded. The fighting seems to be getting much more intense around Bakhmut, and the word from the Ukrainians is that they are advancing now steadily, meter by meter.
So, are Ukrainian troops already taking advantage of the chaos in Russia's mutinous military? That must surely be the plan, but success is not guaranteed.
Ukrainian jet
There's 2 Ukrainian jets flying very low overhead. We're having to stay under the trees here because the medics here are telling us that Russian drones are constantly patrolling every day looking for them. Another doctor, known as Afghan, who I last met a year ago, is weary and cautious about what comes next. How is the counter-offensive going? Difficult.
Yes.
As if to prove the point. Incoming Russian artillery. Then another casualty arrives from the front. 56-year-old Alexander. No shrapnel. And yet, as heavy as the fighting still is, there's hope here that a demoralized, divided Russian enemy may be in big trouble.
Well, that report from Andrew Harding. Let's talk to Grigory Mihalov from BBC Ukrainian. He's there live for us in the newsroom. And Grigory, just tell us in terms of, we had 1 or 2 lines coming out of Kyiv talking about a renewed push. What are you hearing?
Yes, true. Just a few hours ago, we heard that Ukrainian forces started an advance in different directions. Most of these advances or most of these attacks are happening in Donetsk region, but we have to remember that this is an official information. Official information which is coming from Ukrainian side is normally has a significant delay. Sometimes it can be 2 or 3 days. So what is really happening, or what was happening in the last 24 hours, and how all these events in Russia, how they impacted on the front line, we will know about it probably in the coming days. At this moment, we're not seeing that something has dramatically changed, but on the other side, we see some indications from OSINT analysts, from journalists who do have some sources on the front line that the events in Russia did really influence Russian forces at the front line, because, you know, the commanders in Moscow or in Rostov-on-Don, they were, let's say, a little bit busy what was happening there, and were not able sometimes to react quickly on the requests on the ground. But again, at this point, it is still too early to say at which extent all these events in Russia influence the front line. Obviously, Ukrainian forces were trying to take advantage of that. I think we will have more information in the next 2 or 3 days.
I'll come back to the military in a moment or two, but I know you've been talking to ordinary people across Ukraine. What has been the general reaction to what they're seeing happening over the border?
Yeah, I think that it would not be an exaggeration to say that the last 24 hours, many Ukrainians were not sleeping, and not because of the air raid sirens. And you know that this night there was a huge missile attack again on Ukraine. 41 rocket missiles. Many of them were hitting Kyiv and other big cities. But yes, a lot of Ukrainians were literally hunting for information, constantly in mobile phones, in messages and social media. My phone was constantly actually blinking, the screen at night, because when when there were times when there were not a lot of information, people were just writing each other, what do you think about it? What do you have any idea how things will go on? were trying to find some analytics, predict what can happen. And there were also, it's very interesting actually, there were also some time when there is no information and all the social media were flooded with, this kind of bitter humor, which became sort of a feature of this conflict from Ukrainian side, which helps Ukrainian society to survive and to go through this conflict. I will just give an example for these jokes which were spreading across internet. They were planning to take Kyiv in 3 days. Instead, they took Rostov in 1 night. So again, this is just to give you the feeling of the atmosphere in which the Ukrainian society was living during the last day and night. But yes, a lot of surprise, though a lot of experts, obviously, theoretically, they were saying that this kind of situation is possible, but no one was expecting that this will just start unfolding just like that in front of your eyes on your screens.
Grigori, we will leave it there, but thanks very much. We were looking at pictures from Rostov-on-Don. Perhaps we can put those back onto the screen because we've been seeing those Wagner troops beginning to leave that city. The day started with those Russian troops crossing the border, taking that key Russian logistical city. And these were the pictures of those troops there on the streets. And we've seen in the last little while people being cheered as they were packing up and leaving. And of course, Rostov was taken without any shots being fired. That's what Prigozhin had started the day by saying. And of course, that is where Russia organizes a lot of the logistics for their war in Ukraine. And that's why it was such a significant city to actually take. But those are some of the latest pictures as we've been watching in the last little while of those Wagner mercenaries beginning to leave. Just some latest reaction coming into us from the United States because the US Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, has said that he has spoken today with defense ministers from Canada, France, Germany, Poland, and the United Kingdom to discuss the situation in Russia. We know in terms of the White House and various other capitals, they are watching closely, not saying a great deal, but watching events, monitoring events, trying to actually work out the implications of the events that we've seen through the course of the day in Russia. So we know that Cobra meeting was chaired by Rishi Sunak here in the UK, but the US Secretary of Defense making it clear that he has spoken to all the defense secretaries from European countries and other countries like Canada. So we'll keep an eye on that. Those close coordination with allies, they say, will continue in the next few critical days. Now, I've been talking to John E. Herbst, who's Senior Director of the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center, a former US ambassador to Ukraine. Well, this was his assessment on today.
The president of Russia has described what Prigozhin has done as treason. The FSB has opened an investigation into the insurrection that Prigozhin has created. And of course, Prigozhin has 20+ thousand very well motivated, well-armed and motivated troops to defend himself. So how does this play out? I'm not certain. But Prigozhin certainly is not going to submit to being under the control of the Ministry of Defense, which is where things seem to be headed before Prigozhin began this move yesterday. And how does Putin and the FSB and his government back down from the steps they have taken against Prigozhin?
So what are the scenarios that are running through your head at the moment? Potential scenarios.
This could be just a potential pause before an actual clash of arms. Maybe Putin is willing to somehow back away from his statements and maintain Prigozhin in roughly the same circumstances he's existed for the past several years. Maybe there are changes within the government which are acceptable to Prigozhin, so he feels he has saved face, and Putin has to accept a certain amount of diminished prestige and power. These are the alternatives.
And what should the West be doing at this stage?
They should be watching carefully, saying nothing. Do not give Putin a pretext for claiming this is all a Western coup, that somehow Prigozhin is our guy, which of course he is not.
But this speaks to weaknesses in the Putin regime that, by and large, American intelligence and not Western intelligence, British too, and Western analysts have not seen. It's been clear since Ukraine's successful counteroffensive last fall that there were fissures in Putin's regime. And now those fissures are way out in the open for all to see. And again, if the standoff continues, well, that would be a very clear indication that Putin is not who he was. And if Putin has to offer a major concession to end it, that's also an indication that Putin is not the strong man whose rule determined everything, the way many people seem to think.
I've only got about 45 seconds left in terms of what you would anticipate now from Ukraine.
Well, this is clearly a major diversion for the bad guys in the Kremlin. This should provide Ukraine at least a certain opening to its strength to make a new push in its counteroffensive. I mean, point of fact, even before this, Wagner's troops had basically left Ukraine, which from Ukraine's standpoint is a good thing. I've been saying all along that the Ukrainian counteroffensive would enjoy at least modest success. At the end of the day, they would liberate at least several hundred square kilometers of territory. Yeah. They're on track to do that.
Well, let me tell you some of the latest lines just emerging in the last few seconds from the Kremlin, because the Reuters news agency reporting a number of really important lines. So let me just take you through all of that, because the Kremlin says, first of all, they don't know where Yevgeny Prigozhin currently is. That is interesting in itself. But they then go on to say avoiding bloodshed was more important than punishing people, which was, again, perhaps a line that is unexpected after everything that has actually happened. But a placatory line there saying avoiding bloodshed was more important than punishing people. They then go on to say that Prigozhin will move to Belarus. Of course, Alexander Lukashenko brokering those talks earlier in the day, and the Kremlin thanking Belarus's president for that. And a final line, the Kremlin spokesman calling today's events tragic. But that is very interesting that they're talking there about not currently knowing where Prigozhin actually is. More on that in a second or two. But I've also been speaking to Hamish de Bretton-Gordon. He's former commander of NATO's Rapid Reaction Battalion. He said we're giving his military assessment of the situation on the ground as a result of everything we've seen.
It's changing rapidly, the decision, but I think the rashes across the battlefield, I'm sure those tens of thousands of Russian troops who are now facing up in the Donbass and Zaporizhzhia and elsewhere are fully aware, as you just said, that the much vaunted Wagner group, the most successful part of the Russian army, appeared to have mutinied. And until a few minutes ago, we thought they were marching on Moscow to take over power. Now, just as Frank Gardner has said, I think there is an awful lot of stuff to come out of it in the next 24 to 48 hours to see exactly what that all means. The Ukrainians have been sensibly, I think, very, very quiet. There's information coming that they now have tanks across the Dnipro, and I'm sure they will have taken as much advantage of this bewilderment as they can. For the Russian troops on the ground and commanders, confusion and turmoil really is the last thing you want when you're facing a determined, well-trained, well-motivated force like Ukraine. If the Wagner group don't get back into the front line pretty quickly, I think this whole episode by Prigozhin is really going to backfire massively. And let's hope it does, because what everybody in the world, apart from the Russians and Putin, wants is peace, and the Russians out of Ukraine. And let's hope this will be the start of the offensive and allow the Ukraine forces to break through and kick the rest of the Russians out.
Just in terms of the earlier point you made, and Frank was making the same point about the head of the army, the defence minister, which has been, of course, the focus of so much of his anger. We wait to see if there are any changes there, whether that is part of the formula. We wait to see whether the Wagner group return to the battlefield. We still don't know. We know they're returning to barracks. But in terms of the impact all of this has on Russian forces, just tell me a little more, because it's on so many different levels, isn't it? It's psychological, it's even logistical, with Rostov having fallen.
Entirely, and Prigozhin has been, very direct in his criticism of the Grand Command. So, with not agreeing and not working, certainly been for 4 hours. One of the troops in the front. We've seen impressive. Really upsetting the complete equilibrium in the bottom line is both Putin and Prigozhin are basically criminals. You wouldn't trust them an inch, and hopefully the advantage has been tipped very much in the favour of the Ukrainian forces. But we're going to have to see. I'm sure there is an awful lot to come out of this in the next few days and weeks.
Interesting what you were just concluding that answer, talking about the criminality, because the Wall Street Journal is reporting that the US is to delay new sanctions on the Wagner Group for fear of siding with Putin. I mean, it gives you a sense of what they are grappling with, these two sides, because, of course, there will be many people around the world who potentially would like to see Vladimir Putin toppled. But what potentially could come afterwards, that, of course, could be worse in terms of some of the things that he has said. But in terms of the impact this has on the battlefield, I was reporting a moment ago, Ukraine announcing a new offensive on the Eastern Front. There will be worry too here, because there are red lines that Putin has laid down. Potentially, if they are crossed, it is, of course, worrying to know what a wounded Putin would do.
Well, that's true, and certainly I think everybody in the last 24 hours, or certainly since the Prigozhin mutiny, was very worried about the nuclear issue, which I think we're talking about here. I must say, on that particular guise, the thought of somebody like Prigozhin in control of the red button is a real worry. But I still think sort of checks and balances in place. I cannot believe that Putin would use tactical nuclear weapons against his own people. And certainly, I don't believe that he could use them in Ukraine either, for a host of reasons, the fact, the range, and all the rest of it. Although what has been reported a lot recently is the potential to turn the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station into some sort of improvised nuclear device. And what one hopes to hear, and what we did hear yesterday or the day before from the US Senate, who were saying that any nuclear event in Ukraine or blowing up the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station could be viewed as a Article 5, that is a direct attack against NATO, which would bring NATO into this battle more completely, which is absolutely what Putin doesn't want. So although this is all pretty horrific on the nuclear side, I would hope that because the nuclear issue has not moved Putin forward in this conflict for 14 or 15 months, that even if it does look like that he is failing, that he won't reach for that nuclear button. I think that is still unlikely.
Mr. Breton Gordon, more good lines coming out of the Kremlin. They've also said that they don't know where Prigozhin is. They're also saying other fighters will not be prosecuted in recognition of their service, and they're not lifting the anti-terrorist operation that was announced a little earlier in the day. That's the latest coming from Moscow here on BBC News. Let's cross back to the newsroom. Rich Peston is there and has been for the last few hours. And Rich, these lines coming out from Dmitry Peskov, just take us through some of the latest, because some significant information just in the last few minutes.
That's right, Matthew. Just in the last half hour or so, we're seeing this on the Reuters news agency, coming from the Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov. Now, it's coming on for 3 hours ago that this started to unravel, that it became clear that Wagner mercenary fighters said they were going to about turn and abort their march on Moscow. Now, as you were saying, as a result of that, the Kremlin within the last few moments has come out with a statement saying that avoiding bloodshed to the Kremlin was more important than punishing people. They've said fighters who were involved in the Wagner March will not be punished. They've actually gone as far as saying that Wagner fighters who didn't march today will be offered contracts with the Russian Defense Ministry. They've also said that Yevgeny Prigozhin, the Wagner leader, will move to Belarus, that the case against him is dropped, and they've added that they don't know where he is at the moment. Now, of course, whether that's true or not, we don't know, but that's the statement. And the statement from the Kremlin describes today's event as tragic. Now, let's just remind ourselves of the geography of this area. This is the patch we're looking at. Russia here, Ukraine here, the capital Kiev, and Belarus to the north. Now, in those last 3 hours, it's become clear that Belarus has played a pivotal role in this unraveling of this Wagner march on Moscow, with its leader, Alexander Lukashenko, being directly in touch with the Wagner leader and also at the same time with President Vladimir Putin in Russia. Now, Belarus, of course, has a strong relationship with Russia. Its leader has stood by President Putin throughout the invasion of Ukraine, and of course, Belarus was used as something of a staging post in the early days of the invasion. Russian troops were based in Belarus before that invasion began last year. There are some key areas here on the Russia side of the map. Lipetsk is one that's quite key. Its governor said earlier on today that Wagner forces were in his city, that they were bringing military machinery with them, and that as a result, there were restrictions of movement imposed on ordinary civilians. Within the last hour or so, it's been confirmed those restrictions will be lifted. So there's obviously something of a sense of relief. We've also had video footage coming through of Wagner fighters packing up their kit in these areas and moving on out. Now let's remind us of the journey that these Wagner troops have taken. This red area down at the bottom is Russian-occupied territory in Ukraine, Crimea there, which Russia annexed in 2014 using these so-called Little Green Men. It's widely accepted that many of those fighters making up the ranks of the Little Green Men went on to be Wagner fighters. They then moved 100 kilometers east to Rostov-on-Don. They said they were able to take that city without a single shot being fired. But the journey north was not so easy. Up the M4 highway, where Yevgeny Prigozhin says his troops came under attack, including from helicopter gunships. He didn't provide any evidence to substantiate that, but that's what he said happened. They took the city of Voronezh, there's Lipetsk, which we mentioned earlier on, and then it's thought they made it as far north as Kaluga, 200 kilometers away from Moscow, and now, apparently, it's about to turn.
Live from the begin to withdraw from the city of Rostov. The leader orders them to return within a few hundred kilometers before not positive after Ukraine's President Zelensky says they're planning Hello and welcome. I'm Matthew Emery-Waller. Welcome to our continuing coverage of an extraordinary day in Russia. Let's return straight away to the dramatic breaking developments there have been in the last little while in that dramatic 24 hours in Russia. The Wagner Group is starting to pull back fighters from Rostov-on-Don. We've seen those pictures. A huge convoy had been heading earlier towards Moscow and what Vladimir Putin had described as an attempted mutiny. Well, these are the pictures from the last little while because they're images of locals chanting Wagner, as you can hear, as those troops from the mercenary group were leaving Rostov. A Kremlin spokesman has described today's events as tragic, but a criminal case against the Wagner leader will be dropped, and other fighters apparently will not be prosecuted. That coming from comments from the Kremlin in the last little while. And of course, it all comes as Belarus's leader, Alexander Lukashenko, helped to mediate between Moscow and Wagner. Well, a little earlier in an audio message posted on the social media site Telegram, Prigozhin said the time had come to actually stand down. Have a listen.
They wanted to disband the Wagner. On June 23rd, we went out on a justice march. Within a day, we were just 200 kilometers away from Moscow. During that time, we did not spill a single drop of blood of our fighters. Now the moment has come when the blood can be spilled. Therefore, understanding all the responsibility for the fact that Russian blood will be spilled on one of the sides, we're turning our columns back and leading in the opposite direction to the field camps according to the plan.
Well, Belarus's President Alexander Lukashenko has claimed credit for turning the troops back, with his office saying the Belarus leader, of course, is a close ally of President Putin, took the lead in those negotiations. They say that it was his offer to talk down the mercenary leader, but the damage, of course, may already have been done. Vladimir Putin has called the actions of Prigozhin and the Wagner Group in that last 24 hours a stab in the back and an attempted mutiny that won't go unpunished. Well, across the border in Kyiv, Ukraine's President Zelensky said that the day's action was a clear sign of weakness in the Kremlin.
The man from the Kremlin is obviously very afraid and probably hiding somewhere, not showing himself. I am sure that he's no longer in Moscow. He knows what he is afraid of because he himself created this threat. And to you, people of Russia, the longer your troops stay on Ukrainian land, the more devastation they will bring to Russia. The longer this person is in the Kremlin, the more disaster there will be.
Well, before we go to Sarah Rainsford, our Eastern Europe correspondent, I just want to take you through some of those lines coming from the Kremlin the last little while, because they are significant. They first of all said that they do not know currently where Yevgeny Prigozhin actually is. They then go on to say that avoiding bloodshed was more important than punishing people. Now, that is very interesting, given what Vladimir Putin had started the day by saying on Russian television, describing it as betrayal, describing it as treason, saying that those people had to be punished. Well, these latest lines from Dmitry Peskov, his spokesman, saying that the Kremlin thinks that avoiding bloodshed was more important than punishing people. They made the point, too, that they think that Prigozhin will move to Belarus, where these talks took place. And in terms of Alexander Lukashenko, Belarus's president, the Kremlin saying it highly appreciated his efforts, and going on to say that other Wagner fighters who took part in the march will not be prosecuted. So, like those earlier comments, placatory in nature, as opposed to the hardline stuff we heard only hours ago. And the final line, which is interesting, they claim that none of this will have any impact on the battlefield. They also claim that Vladimir Putin had been in the Kremlin all through the course of today. Of course, there was suggestion perhaps he'd moved out of the capital. But those are some of the lines that have just come in from Moscow. Let's go to Warsaw. Our Eastern Europe correspondent Sarah Rainsford is waiting. And Sarah, new information all the time, but what an extraordinary 24 hours.
Really, really unusual, and no more unusual than those lines that you've just been sharing there from Dmitry Peskov, who is Vladimir Putin's spokesman. Now, I was saying not very long ago that Vladimir Putin does not step back in this kind of situation where he's labelled somebody a traitor, he's accused them of stabbing him in the back. I said myself that he wouldn't step back, and yet he has. There is a climb down. This is unprecedented. Vladimir Putin just doesn't do this. But what we have is a deal whereby the criminal charges for insurrection have now been dropped against Yevgeny Prigozhin and against the members of his Wagner group. As the Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov has said, Mr. Prigozhin is supposed to go to Belarus. We don't know where he is now, perhaps still in Rostov, perhaps on the way to Belarus. It's not clear what exactly he's going to do there, and whether the other members of the Wagner group who joined his mutiny will also go to that country. So a lot of unanswered questions still. The Kremlin saying this is all about avoiding bloodshed. Perhaps partly, I would suggest it was also about power. This was a power confrontation, a power showdown between the creation of the Kremlin in many ways, Yevgeny Prigozhin, who's been doing an awful lot of Mr. Putin's dirty work for many years and has now turned against him, between him and Vladimir Putin himself. That could have been extremely ugly, extremely difficult. And for Vladimir Putin, ultimately, power and staying in power is always the ultimate goal.
So in that sense, perhaps Prigozhin has blinked first. But in terms of the first part of your answer, I mean, it is almost unprecedented for Vladimir Putin to take a step back himself, given everything, the sort of language he was using today, the sorts of pivot that we haven't seen from him over 20 years.
Yeah, it is extremely unusual, and perhaps talks to the scale of the challenge that he was facing. You know, the idea of armed mercenaries, fighters marching on Moscow, or certainly driving towards Moscow, was in itself extraordinary, and that's what we have the prospect of today. You know, Yevgeny Prigozhin claiming that his men had come within 200 kilometers of Moscow, all the way from the Ukrainian battlefield, and the threat that they posed was very real. Sure, the entirety of the military establishment is in Moscow. This is a well-guarded, well-defended city. The Kremlin itself is a fortress. Still, just the very prospect of that would have been huge in terms of the image that Vladimir Putin portrays as just one thing. For example, this is a man, a president who talks about stability. He presents himself as the man who represents peace, stability, security. He points to Ukraine as where chaos reigns, and Russia as a place that he keeps from that fate, essentially. So the idea of unrest, of bloodshed, of that kind of chaos coming to Russia is something that appears to have been averted today. And it would certainly, as I say, have utterly changed Putin's presidency if that was the way things had gone.
And of course, enormous ripple effects, given what we've seen. Just as you're talking, the Polish Prime Minister has been saying that there could be heightened tensions now on the Polish border with Belarus, given that Prigozhin is now apparently heading to actually reside there.
Well, yes, there's been tensions between Poland and Belarus for many, many years, and concerns here because you'll remember the times when Belarus would essentially open its borders and invite migrants to Belarus, who they'd then send to the European Union in order to cause disruption, to cause problems there. I think, you know, the fact of Yevgeny Prigozhin being there, we don't know what he's going to be doing there, what his status might be. I mean, he's a man to live a quiet life. I don't imagine him giving potatoes on some Belarusian farm by any means, but what would he do really actually go there? And I think the bigger question at this point is really about the fate of the men that he wanted removed. That is the Defense Minister, Sergei Shoigu, a close friend and ally of Vladimir Putin, and Gerasimov, the chief of staff, the top man in the military. Those are the people that Yevgeny Prigozhin has always been gunning for. They were the targets of all of his ire, of all of those tirades from the battlefield. He has been furious with them and the way they're conducting the war in Ukraine for a long time. Now, has he achieved their removal by his march on Moscow? We don't know. We certainly haven't had confirmation of that today from the Kremlin. Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesman, did not talk about those men being removed. So that's another big question that's yet to be answered.
Of course, what happens in terms of the Wagner Group when they return to the battlefield, that's another huge question that, of course, we will look and watch and try to find out over the next couple of days. So Sarah Rainsford there in Warsaw, thanks very much for the latest where you are. Let's talk now on the programme to Max Seven, the Moscow bureau chief for the Financial Times. Great to have you on the programme, Max. In terms of how you view this day, is this the biggest challenge we've seen to Vladimir Putin's authority in, 20 plus years?
Yes, and I completely agree with Sarah, Matthew. This is just this is the first thing like a coup attempt that we've seen in 30 years. Wagner shot down several helicopters and gone over most of European Russia, hundreds of kilometers. They're pretty much untouched by the Russian army, and this is really such a huge blow to Putin's authority personally, because it was just over 12 hours ago he made an address to the nation saying that Prigozhin was a traitor, that Wagner would be liquidated, everyone would answer before the law, and now it's as if everyone is trying to forget this ever happened, like it was some sort of weird feverish dream for a day and a half. That this really shows how Prigozhin became this Frankenstein's monster of Putin's creation that turned against its creator. And when you are quite effectively ceding your state's monopoly on violence and reaping the cost of that in such a way, that it's really an absolutely unprecedented blow to Putin's authority.
Is it possible to try to work out with any degree of certainty what happens in the next few months, where the dominoes actually fall? I mean, what are the sorts of things you're looking out for here now?
Well, firstly, I think we need to see if the Wagner troops actually do join the defense ministry. Dmitry Peskov, Putin's spokesman, he said that quite a few of Wagner's units didn't take part in the uprising. He said they came to their senses, and those units, he said, would sign contracts with the Ministry of Defense. This appears within the trigger for Prigozhin planning this uprising. 2 weeks ago, Putin backed a move by Prigozhin's great rival, the Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu, to bring Wagner and the 40 other militias fighting in Ukraine under the Defense Ministry's control. And then the other thing is what happens to Prigozhin personally, because he's become effectively the second most influential person in the country now after Putin. And even if he's sitting in some dacha, semi-retired in Belarus, we still don't know, is he still going to be commanding Wagner? And what we saw in the last few months, he appeared to be nurturing some political ambitions in Russia properly. And if Belarus is a pretty small and sleepy country most of the time, it might not be enough to hold back the ambitions of someone like Prigozhin. So I think there's much less left to be seen. And there's also the question of, as long as Prigozhin is alive and Wagner exists, that the state hasn't reasserted its monopoly on violence, that's going to create questions that we saw raised today about Putin's authority. So I certainly wouldn't be issuing any life insurance policies to Prigozhin if I was in that business.
What do you think ordinary Russians are making of this? Because for weeks and months you turn on state television and they laud the Wagner Group, the gains, the way they've taken some of the key battles, given medals. Now there was talk of treason.
Yes, and this is absolutely just in the space of 6 months ago, Putin gave a Wagner fighter a medal. Three months ago, the Russian parliament passed a law saying that discrediting private military companies, this was a law pushed by Prigozhin personally, would be punishable with 15 years in prison. And it's been absolutely astonishing to see all these Russian establishment figures who'd been just really showering Prigozhin with praise over the last 6 months to either do a double take and say that he was a traitor in the last 24 hours, or in many cases just not to say anything at all. And this creates major issues, not just politically, but for the domestic viability of Putin's regime, because the support for the war in Russia is mostly passive. Support isn't really the right word. Russian people, most of them see it as something like the weather. It's a major inconvenience, something that should be avoided, and it's something that you can't really do very, very much about. And it's one thing to ignore it when everything is largely McDonald's is a different name. You can't fly to Europe, but for most people, life is going on as normal. It's another thing when helicopters are literally flying overhead. Tanks are driving past your house. And I think that even in a country where the informational dominance of the Kremlin is total, I think it's just impossible to ignore. This is not something where you can put the genie back in the bottle quite so easily, even if that's what the Kremlin very much seems to want to do.
Yes, I mean, I noted from those statements from the Kremlin, they've not lifted the
Analyze. Hello?
Are you out?
Hello?
Are you out today?
Still at home. Why? Are you out?
Yeah, I sent you a message. You don't read messages.
No, you didn't.
I'm already out. And it looks busy. Busy. Come over,
No,
man.
no, you didn't send me a message.
In your WhatsApp.
No, there's nothing there. I just received that missed call from you. Ah, okay. You sent it, what, 10 minutes ago? Yeah, you sent it 10 minutes ago, so you can't say I can't. I'm not ready.
I sent you a message 10 minutes ago. As long as you agree that you saw a message 10 minutes ago.
No, I wasn't. I mean, I don't check my messages every 10 minutes, So it's not as if you had sent it a long time ago. Yeah, sure.
You don't live far from here, isn't it?
No, it's not too far away. But I've got to finish what I'm doing. I'll be there in about 10 minutes, 20 minutes or so.
Yeah. Okay, you catch up with me then.
Yeah, okay, I'll be there.
All right.
All right, man. Okay, cheers.
wants to know, how hot's the planet going to get?
And we'll explain why prices keep going up and up.
Also, Rach, did you know space has its own smell?
Really? What of? The world is fast moving and can be confusing.
So let's talk about it.
5 Live Breakfast with Rachel and Rick. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Never miss a story. Get the headlines as they happen. And watch BBC News live wherever you are. Download the BBC News app.
Live from Washington, this is BBC News. A dramatic day in Russia, from rebellion to retreat after Wagner's boss goes rogue. We have the latest. And Helena Humphrey, glad you could join me. We start with what has been an extraordinary 24 hours in Russia. The head of the Wagner mercenary group, Yevgeny Prigozhin told his forces to return to their bases earlier to avoid bloodshed after negotiations with Belarusian leader Alexander Lukashenko to end their rebellion against the Russian Defense Ministry. Well, Wagner fighters have been leaving the southern city of Rostov-on-Don, that's according to reports, and security had been tightened in Moscow, with the mayor telling residents to avoid travelling. Now, all mass outdoor events have been cancelled until the 1st of July. Russia's TASS news agency is now reporting that all restrictions previously imposed on Russia's motorways have now been lifted. Well, here you can see the Wagner leader departing Russia for Belarus earlier following the announcement to cancel the rebellion. And prior to that announcement, a huge convoy had been heading towards Moscow in what Vladimir Putin had described as an attempted mutiny. Now, charges against Prigozhin and his Wagner forces will be dropped. President Putin's press secretary said that Wagner mercenaries who wish to sign a Ministry of Defense contract can, and fighters who took part in the uprising will not be prosecuted. These are the latest images of locals chanting Wagner as the troops from the mercenary group were leaving Rostov. And here you can see tanks boarding trucks leaving the area. Earlier in an audio message posted on Telegram, Prigozhin said that the time had come to stand down. Here's an English translation of that message.
They wanted to disband the Wagner. On June 23rd, we went out on a justice march. Within a day, we were just 200 kilometers away from Moscow. During that time, we did not spill a single drop of blood of our fighters. Now the moment has come when the blood can be spilled. Therefore, understanding all the responsibility for the fact that Russian blood will be spilled on one of the sides, we are turning our columns back and leaving in the opposite direction to the field camps according to the plan.
Well, with me now is Barbara Starr, former Pentagon correspondent at CNN. She's also a senior fellow at the USC Annenberg Center in California. Barbara, truly a remarkable 24 hours now seeing the retreat of Prigozhin. Do you think that this will pause or potentially end the fighting between Putin and Prigozhin?
It will certainly end this phase of it, I think. But I think that's the big question, Helena. What comes next? So what will be Putin's ability to continue to prosecute his strategy in the war in Ukraine to make sure that Prigozhin doesn't rise up again against him? Remember, Prigozhin's group, the Wagner group, has some 50,000 troops in Ukraine, according to the UK Ministry of Defense, plus operations across Africa and other places. So it is still an entity that Putin may have to deal with. And the other thing that's beginning to emerge, we've talked a lot about the U.S. needs, the allies need intelligence. They need to gather intelligence about what happened and what will happen now. But there's increased reporting that indicates the U.S. and the allies had some indication that Prigozhin was up to something, that he was stockpiling ammunition, weapons, that he was planning something that was very worrisome. The U.S. didn't know exactly what. So there was some understanding that something was about to happen. Now they have to figure out, with these steps that have been announced by Moscow and by Belarus, what happens next.
Nevertheless, Barbara, they seem a little surprised. The administration did seem a little surprised. Do you think that's concerning?
I think it is an acknowledgement that as much intelligence as they think they might have, which is what they thought, it's with Putin, it is going to be very tough. He's very isolated. He doesn't confide in a lot of people. He was somewhat estranged, if you will, from his own military high command in recent days. So nobody really knew what his thinking was. And to take Prigozhin at his word would have been a very problematic enterprise given his record and who he is. So this was an incredibly tough intelligence challenge. I don't think they knew with certainty that any of this was going to happen.
And so with all of that in mind, I mean, we know, of course, today that President Biden, Defense Secretary Austin, Secretary of State Blinken, they've all been speaking, of course, naturally to allies about these events. How do you think now that the US will react to this?
I think the Biden administration is going to stay out of it publicly. They don't want to give Putin any excuse for saying that the US is getting involved in Russia's, what he sees as Russia's internal affairs. So there's not going to be any public moves, I wouldn't think, but caveated because none of us really, this has been incredible. Predictions are most likely to be wrong. I do think that right now, the major effort is to gather as much intelligence as possible, whether it's satellite imagery, radar, eavesdropping on conversations out of the Kremlin, find out who's saying what to who and what may be happening next so they can come to some judgments about where Putin really stands now. Is he weakened? How weakened is he?
What do you think their assessment will be? Do you think that they will see this potentially as an opportunity for Ukraine on the battlefield, or do you think they'll also be looking at this, NATO allies having conversations saying this is potentially an actually very dangerous moment in this war?
Well, if you don't know what Putin's, what he may do next, you are going to want to move cautiously. So I think there will be advice to Ukraine to be very aware that they don't really know what Putin will do next. And I mean, if Putin's track record sticks, he will lash out militarily and he will lash out at Ukraine. I think there will be some concern, obviously, about whether there is a need to bolster NATO's eastern flank, which butts up against Ukraine and Russia, just in case Putin makes any moves. That's a very typical response by the US and the allies. Doesn't seem likely that Putin is going to move very quickly to do that, though. But again, where were we 48 hours ago? I don't think either you or I could have predicted any of this.
Certainly not. Great to have your analysis. Barbara Starr, former Pentagon correspondent at CNN, also senior fellow at the USC Annenberg Center in California. Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's look back at the past 24 hours then, because early Friday, Prigozhin questioned the war in Ukraine, blaming Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu, claiming that he did it to gain military honors. Now, Prigozhin called for an armed rebellion, vowing to march for justice, and accused the Kremlin of hitting his troops with a missile strike on Friday. Now, in Moscow, security is stepped up as Wagner takes Rostov-on-Don, and on Saturday, Prigozhin declared that 25,000 of his troops crossed the border from Ukraine. In the early hours of the morning, a video appeared online showing Prigozhin inside Russia's southern military headquarters. And Russian President Vladimir Putin denounced the quote, criminal adventure and warned of punishments in a TV address. Now, over the course of this day, Wagner forces, they made progress up the M4 motorway towards Moscow, seizing military facilities in Voronezh. And just hours ago, Prigozhin said that he had agreed to stop the movement of his troops, turning them around from their route to Moscow. Belarus revealed that its leader, Alexander Lukashenko, had been holding talks with Prigozhin and Putin and had agreed to it. Russian state media reporting that Prigozhin will leave for Belarus and the criminal charges against him and his troops as well, will also be dropped. Well, joining me now to discuss this further is former US Ambassador to Ukraine, Bill Taylor. Ambassador, great to have you with us once again. Welcome back to the program. We spoke last night as these monumental events were beginning to unfold, and at that time you said this is very serious for Putin and that he could be in trouble. Since then, Prigozhin's men, we've seen them retreat. Is Putin still in trouble?
He's certainly diminished, Helena. He's certainly diminished. Both sides, both Putin and Prigozhin, made statements that indicated that they were up for a fight. You reported both of those. Putin said this is treason and he's going to crush them. And Prigozhin said that all what the Ministry of Defense was doing was killing Russians, and that there was no reason for Putin's invasion in the first place. So they were both staking out strong positions, and they both backed down. They both backed down today. They neither wanted to have the real fight, it looks like, and so the compromise is what we saw here today.
I'm wondering, though, even if they did appear to back down, about the optics and what that might lead to in this, because you said that the Russians are supposed to be fighting the Ukrainians, and they might be distracted. Those soldiers might even run. What do you think that these latest developments, these latest optics, now mean for Putin's army?
I think Putin's army has been shaken. They've been shaken by this mutiny by one of their best forces, one of their best units. The Prigozhin Wagner group was one of the toughest ones. They did grinding work, but they did effective work against Bakhmut, as we know, and they were pulled off the line. Prigozhin pulled the Wagner out of the line in Ukraine to march north toward Moscow, as you said. It sounds like they might be going back to the south. They haven't gone back into Ukraine yet. So all to say that the Russian forces now are still weaker today than they were 2 days ago. The Russian forces in Ukraine trying to defend what that long line of like 600 miles, 900 kilometers. That's a long line for them to defend, and they've got fewer people to do it. And their morale is lower because they've seen this chaos in the Kremlin. So I think
sorry, Ambassador, but with all of this in mind, potentially diminished morale, the fact that these troops haven't yet gone back, what could this essentially mean on the battlefield for Ukraine? How can they take this moment to capitalize? And also, do they have what they need to do so?
We will see if they have what they need to do so. If they succeed, that is, if they break through the line and they then exploit that breakthrough in the Russian rear, then they will know that they will have had what they needed. We should give them more. We should be sure that they have everything that they need. But you asked, what is their opportunity? Yes, there is an opportunity now. The Russians, as we just said, are weaker. They are demoralized. The Ukrainians are emboldened. The Ukrainians are pleased that their enemy is in disarray. And the Ukrainians have been looking for weaknesses up and down the line. They've been preparing their new brigades, newly equipped, newly trained, ready to go. Those are just, the timing is actually very good for the Ukrainians because they're prepared even before this craziness of the last day. The Ukrainians were about to commit their main forces into this counteroffensive. So they are in a good position to exploit.
So how long do you think then until we see some potential successes, some potential gains?
I would say weeks, Helena. I would say weeks. I would say certainly this summer we will see those potential gains.
And what about for Putin? He said to these Wagner troops that there won't necessarily be punishment or repercussions. He's also asked for them to sign up to be with his forces. We just don't know how that's going to play out right now. Ultimately, though, do you think that Putin can succeed on the battlefield without those Wagner troops?
Over the long term, he probably can. There are a lot of Russians. There are 140 million Russians. He has a lot of Russians to pull into a draft and bring it, but it'll take him time. It'll take him a long time to round them up. It'll take a long time to train them. It'll a long time to equip them. They've lost a lot of equipment in these battles. So Putin, yes, over the long term, can regenerate those forces. So that's why the Ukrainians need, and they know they need, to move now.
If you're talking about regenerating those forces, essentially, what does this mean then for people still in Russia right now? Does this mean more draconian laws, drafts, further crackdowns?
It absolutely does. It absolutely does. People say that the crackdown so far is as bad as people can remember in living memory. That is the oppression right now, the control that Putin has over the country is firmer now, is harsher now than it was during Soviet times. And it will, as you say, it will only get worse. If he has to institute the draft again, another mobilization, a larger mobilization than last time. Even last time he had a hard time getting his 300,000, and more than 1 million left the country. So he's got problems, but he can do that. There is a large pool of Russians that he can draft into his army over time. It's going to take him time.
Well, Ambassador, if we contemplate just for a moment a Russia without Putin, what do you think that could mean for the country? Could that lead to some kind of political vacuum, and what could we see then bubble up?
Yes, after Putin, it could get worse, or it could go into chaos, as you said. It's unlikely to get better, but it could get worse. So the chaos could be the scenario for a while. Probably, if Putin were to leave, one way or the other, the prime minister, Tustin, would take over. Not a strong leader, and there would continue to be jockeying and pushing. We remember what happened when Stalin died. This is likely what would happen. So it would be a difficult time, time of troubles for the Russians. But here again, the Ukrainians would have had an opportunity, a great opportunity, to force them to the negotiating table, to push the Russians out of Ukraine in that scenario, and force the new government to negotiate.
Very briefly, if you don't mind, Ambassador, we've seen one crack come to the fore here with Prigozhin. Could we see other cracks, other forms of dissent rise up in Russia right now, do you think?
It's not impossible, Helen. It's not impossible. More likely on the right than the left. As I say, the oppression of the Russian people. Navalny is not getting out of jail. The other oppositionists are outside the country, so you don't see it from the moderate side. You see it from the right. And so that's where we're likely to see that kind of a move.
Okay. Former US Ambassador to Ukraine, Bill Taylor. Great pleasure to have you on. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen.
Well, let's take a man who called for the rebellion, Yevgeny Prigozhin, and the group of the mercenary soldiers he leads, known as the Wagner Group. Our security correspondent Gordon Carrera has more details.
Yevgeny Prigozhin outside Russian military headquarters in Rostov-on-Don this morning, boasting his Wagner Group have taken it without firing a shot. But just who is this man challenging Russia's leaders? Prigozhin began as a criminal from St. Petersburg. After leaving jail, he began selling hot dogs, but then graduated to running expensive restaurants. He caught the attention of Russia's leader, leading him to be known as Putin's chef. He catered to world leaders when they visited, even America's president, but also became rich from lucrative military contracts. About a decade ago, he began to carry out operations around the world on behalf of the Kremlin, even interfering in America's 2016 election. But Prigozhin became best known as head of Wagner, an often brutal private mercenary group working to the Kremlin's agenda. It's been operating across the Middle East and Africa, including Syria, Libya, and Mali, allowing Putin to project power without being directly involved. But it's in the last year in Ukraine that it's really come to the fore. As Putin's plans for a quick victory faded, Prigozhin's forces undertook some of the heaviest fighting. Some of them came from prisons. Here's Prigozhin recruiting them in return for an early release. Laying flowers on the graves of those who died helped him cultivate an image in Russia as a nationalist hero, one who would fight harder in Ukraine. But battles like in Bakhmut led to growing tension between Prigozhin and the regular Russian military leadership. He angrily accused its leaders, like Defense Minister Shoigu and Military Chief Gerasimov, of using his men as cannon fodder and denying them vital supplies. Prigozhin claimed Russia's soldiers had been let down by their leaders, and his attacks on them became increasingly outspoken. It was clear one side or other would have to move, bringing what had been a simmering crisis to the boil.
I'm joined now by former Deputy Secretary General of NATO, Rose Gottemoeller. Thank you so much for joining us here on BBC News. I just want to begin by getting your thoughts on what we have just witnessed unfold in Russia these past 24 hours.
We've seen the Putin regime becoming more and more brittle, with different parts of the government contradicting each other, with the attacks by Wagner head Prigozhin, as your correspondent was just reporting. So it was clear that a lot of people were becoming more and more worried about the future of this regime. Putin himself, very isolated. I've noticed in the last couple of weeks that he's been handing out medals and reading endorsements, and just even as this was all unfolding, he was essentially talking about the denazification of Ukraine in his normal way, in such a way that made me think that he himself had become somewhat detached from the reality of the situation and the dire circumstances he has been in. While clearly this action has woken up Vladimir Putin, given the strong speech he gave in reaction last night. So, but it is a brittle situation, and it is a situation that could, I think, continue to change very, very rapidly. Bill Taylor is right. This is the first phase that could lead to many additional phases.
When you say it could unfold and escalate very, very rapidly, and you say that it is brittle, do you foresee potentially a regime that breaks apart?
I think that is quite possible. I think there are others who can clearly step forward. And I think it's important to recollect that Russia is really held together by profoundly talented technocrats and experts who really know what they're doing, for example, running the central bank and that type of thing. So it's not as if the government is totally out of control. They've been quite skilled, actually, at managing the dire economic crisis that has come about because of the thick layer of sanctions that's been applied to Russia since the invasion of Ukraine. So there are a lot of talented people still engaged and involved in governing the country. The question will be who gains the ultimate authority for decision making, and how is he able then to stabilize that authority and carry the country forward. At the moment, of course, Putin's still very much in power. We can't say that he will be departing anytime soon, but I also agree with all of your commentators who say that his position has been weakened by this crisis.
I think it's interesting that you say that there are others who could potentially step forward in Russia. Who do you think those people are?
Well, I'm not sure that actually among the technocratic class that would be the immediate group that would be called upon, but it depends. Clearly, there is Mishutin, the prime minister. Again, Bill Taylor mentioned him. He would be the normal line of succession. But frankly, I would expect someone of Putin's ilk, somebody stepping forward from the security services, such as Nikolai Patrushev, who is his national security advisor, long history running the security services in Russia. So I think we must expect someone of Putin's ilk if Putin were to be replaced for whatever reason in the near term. Only as time has gone on and the necessity of governing the country and getting out from under the severe crisis they're in by ending the war in Ukraine and really pulling troops back to Russian territory and beginning the process of really coming back from this mess and atoning for their sins in Ukraine and paying for the reconstruction there. At that point, I think we may see the turn to more of a technocratic leadership.
So what kinds of conversations, based on the events that we've seen in the past 24 hours, do you think that Jens Stoltenberg is having right now?
I think he is very keen, and I'm sure all the NATO allies are very keen to stay in close communication among each other. They are, of course, continuing to assist in the support of Ukraine and the support of the Ukrainian offensive that is now going on. But they will also be very keenly aware of the potential for uncertainty with regard to the defense of Europe and any kind of even accidental action that could take place against NATO territory, they would be very keen to be prepared to defend against that and to ensure that it did not lead to escalation. There are a lot of Russian units out there now. We are not quite sure what their command and control structure is. And there are not only the regular Russian armed forces, but militias that are attached to large corporations like Rosatom and Gazprom. And so I think, not knowing exactly where an attempted provocation may come on NATO territory, there would be a very clear effort to ensure readiness against such a kind of, I'm not going to say attack, but a spillover from the Ukraine conflict. And NATO would want to ensure defense, of course, but also to prevent escalation.
So should we be expecting to see more bolstering of security on the eastern flank in the coming days?
I think we would have seen that.